Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Santa Paula City Council this Wednesday, January 21st, 2026, here at 6:30 p.m. at the City Hall, 970 East Ventura Street. We'll start first with invocation, if we could please, if you're able to stand. And I believe we have Deacon Al Galeen.
Let us pray. Heavenly Creator, we are gathered here to thank you and humbly ask for your blessing for our community. Guide us by your wisdom and the grace given to us by the Holy Spirit so that we may be unified in our desires and plans for the betterment of our community. We thank you for your guidance as we celebrate our city's 100th anniversary and our country's 250th anniversary. These accomplishments were not easy, but with your guidance and justice has prevailed. Martin Luther King said, "Yet we know that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." And with these guidance, let your compass lead us to the goodwill of our elected officials here in our city and our country. We thank you for all the gifts that you have showered on us and that they will inspire us to inspire others. And we remind ourselves that we must never go weary of doing what is right and to see with our eyes, hear with our ears, and understand with our hearts. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Deacon Al Galeen.
And Mr. Mayor, I would like to say one more thing, if I may. I'd like to thank you for inviting the Ministerial Association to come and open the meetings with prayer. I think that's remarkable. And also, as a reminder of the 250th anniversary, as a gift from me to every one of you has a little flag like this, just a reminder that this is 250 years, which is a remarkable occurrence, and that just as a reminder from us to you.
Thank you, Deacon Galeen. If you would remain standing, Councilmember Nellis, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Join me in the flag salute, right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, could we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Chavez.
Present.
Councilmember Cornejo.
Here.
Councilmember Ornelas.
Here.
Vice Mayor Crosswhite.
Here.
And Mayor Juarez.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. City Attorney Monica Castillo, do we have a closed session report?
Yes, Mayor. This evening, council is assessed in a closed session under the item 4A that is in your special meeting agenda, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E1 for one potential case. There were no reportable actions taken. This concludes my report.
Thank you very much. And Madam Clerk, do we have any general public comment?
No, Mayor, I've received no cards for that.
Okay, I see we have several for item 10G, George. We move on to the first order of business, which is presentations. Tonight, I believe we have several of our Water Division employees in the audience, and I'd like to say that for those that don't know, many years ago, the water company had its own company here in town, and about 30 years ago, the city basically absorbed the employees, and you've done a great service over the years, as have your predecessors. We are going to recognize two of our employees that have 30 years of service, 30 years with the city. And so in a minute, I'll name them. But for the division itself, so that when you go back to your office, we have a nice plaque here. Let me read it for you. So City of Santa Paula, 30 years, City of Santa Paula Water, 30 years, owned and operated 1996 to 2026. This plaque is presented to the City of Santa Paula Water Department for honoring 30 years of excellence in service. In appreciation of 3 decades of service, your enduring your enduring dedication, exceptional teamwork, and unwavering commitment to the residents of Santa Paula. Your service has made a lasting impact on our community and exemplifies pride in public service. On behalf of the City Council and the City Manager, we thank you. If you could. I also have 2 recognition awards, but is there a spokesperson from water company that would like to speak? Or we can take all of you one at a time? No one? Would you like to say a few words, Manager, about the water division?
Well, I'm never short for words, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just pleased to have the opportunity as city manager to be here at such a significant milestone. And I applaud not only the men who serve our and it is only men in that department, so I can say that, but applaud their efforts, but the commitment that they've made to keep our community and our drinking supply available, safe, and secure has been really, I think, a signature of this community. And it's because of their hard work that that's happened. I know the superintendent is out of town today, so he couldn't be here. And most of the guys are a little shy at the microphone, but maybe they can come up and join you for a presentation of the plaque, along with the recognition for both Tim Martinez and Joe Dugas for 30 years of employment, and hopefully a few more. So,
Well, you know, I used to work for the city, and I had the honor of working with those 2 employees. They're still here, and I'm gone. But thank you very much for your 30 years of service. I'd like to read the 2 recognition certificates. One is Certificate of Recognition in honor of 30 years of dedicated service and commitment to the city of Santa Paula, Joe Dugas. And same thing, Certificate of Recognition in honor of 30 years of dedicated service and commitment to the city of Santa Paula, Tim Martinez. Tim Martinez also used to be a reserve police officer for a time, so he knows about volunteerism. Could I get both of you to come up and just say a few words about your experience of 30 years of service? If you don't want to, that's fine. All right. How about Tim? Look, he'll come up.
Say thank you to the council. I've done 30 years with the city. I had 13 years with Santa Paula Water Works before I came to the city. Joe had another, what, 8 years with Santa Paula Water Works before we came over. City treated us pretty good. Oh, well, I mean, they can probably hear me, but it's been a journey. We came from, in a sense, to say from the ground. We have accomplished a lot in the last 30 years. And I think before I leave, I'm getting ready. I think we have a long way to go, but I think we're getting there little by little. And thank you. And thank you to my fellow employees.
Well, Joe,
You know.
if you would come up, I would like to give you both your certificates, and then after that, I'd like the entire council to come up and thank you for your service, and we'll take a picture together. You're not shy. I'm very honored to have known you for a long time and also to present you with a certificate for 30 years of service, Joe.
Thanks, Carlos.
Let's make sure, oh, this one's yours, sir. That's yours.
Thank you.
Timmy, same thing, known you a long time.
Yep. Back to
And I
school.
thank you for your 30 years back at school.
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
All right, would the council join me? Would you two accept the plaque on behalf of the water company? Yeah.
and Mayor, while the council's getting up there, I'll just point out that Nick Lane was the one that designed the 30-year logo and got the sweatshirts for everyone, so kudos to him.
Thank you. So again, on behalf of the city, here's the plaque for your division. Yeah.
Thank you.
And then if we can bring everybody up.
If I can get a picture first before you.
can't leave after this or we'll lose our audience.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Appreciate you so much. Thank you, you too. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Man, I'd be where you are. Right here.
Right here, Tim. I
Thank
wish
you.
I would have stuck it out.
All right, Charlie? All right, we'll see you later.
Yep.
I wish I would have stuck it out. I worked with those guys.
That's right. Yeah, I know.
Okay,
Much bigger.
so we didn't lose all our audience. Thank you for hanging with us here. Next, 7B, we have Finance Department report, and this is going to be presented by Fabian Castillon, accountant.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Fabian Castellon. I'm an accountant with the Finance Department. Today, I will be presenting the department activity report for the past 4 months for the period of September 25 to December 2025. Beginning with monthly activity. For accounts receivable is responsible for preparing invoices and receiving refunds for various payments to the city for items such as transient occupant tax, rent for city-owned properties, billing for COBRA and retiree health. Oh, sorry, I forgot to advance the slide. Billing for COBRA and retiree health, and special events and permits. Next, our licensing department, which is currently heavily focused on business licensing. The busiest time of the year for licensing is from November to December, due to the thousands of renewal notices specific to business licensing being printed and mailed. The 2026 period began on July 1st, 2026. Licenses will be deemed delinquent as of February 10th, 2026. The department is also responsible for the monthly renewal and issuance of dog licenses. Staff is currently focusing on processing these applications, payments, answering questions, and issuing of licenses. Next is our accounts payable department. Accounts payable is responsible for processing the disbursements to cover financial commitments of the city. In the 4-month period, they have processed over 4,000 invoices, totaling 10.4 million. Some of our biggest expenses in this time frame include 2.1 million in payroll-related expenses, such as retirement, taxes, benefits, etc. A $600,000 contribution to affordable housing through the Spirit of Santa Paula, 400,000 in legal cost, 1.6 million for utilities and sewer operating cost, and 1.3 million for professional services, including work done relating to capital improvement projects. And they are also responsible for reconciling the monthly warrants and check register that is presented to council. For our purchasing department, they have processed over 75 new purchase orders and have continued to provide support to various departments with regard to bid requirements, responses, etc. In utility billing, our utility billing department continues to work with residents on creating payment arrangements for delinquent accounts, working with customers to prevent shutoffs whenever possible. The amount of notices sent, as well as the amount of physical shutoffs conducted, remains consistent across the period, neither increasing nor decreasing substantially from month to month. In payroll, payroll continues to train new staff on the time entry process. Payroll also has handled multiple retroactive calculations for pay increases in the period, as well as the calculation and issuance of the MOU bonus payments that occurred in November. And they've successfully processed quarterly reports related to state and federal reporting. Sorry about that. We do have a few staffing changes. We have one new employee who just started, Ricardo Peralta, as our new customer service representative. He started in January 2026. We do have one vacancy right now as the accounting specialist that is going to be filled come February 2026. And there is an interim change in duties. At the moment, our accountant, Wendy Morris, is currently cross-training in business licensing to help cover the position until the new accounting specialist begins. And since she's no longer doing purchasing, our assistant finance director, Beatriz Jimenez, is currently handling purchasing-related requests with the goal of streamlining the process, streamlining and standardizing the process. Other activities and achievements, our TDA and street audits have been completed for the 24-25 fiscal year. Substantial progress has also been made on the 24-25 regular audit year-end process. Staff has assisted with providing the data necessary for the water and sewer rate study, so we can get that rolling. And our user fee study changes were submitted and approved, so now it's just pending the updated fee schedule that finance will prepare. And with that, I'd like to conclude the presentation and ask if the council has any questions for our department.
Thank you, Mr. Castellon. Questions from council?
Question.
Go ahead, Councilmember Chambers.
Thank you. Well, congratulations. You made it.
Thank you.
Great job on your presentation today. I'm always concerned about where we're at with the shutoffs. You said we're kind of, people that are delinquent on their water bills.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many people are in that zone of risk?
So I spoke to Daniel today, and he said the amount of shut-off notices is pretty level. It's around, I believe he said 400 to 450 every time he mails them out. But the shut-offs has been pretty much consistent in terms of like less than a variance of 10.
Okay, good. Thank you for that information.
No problem.
Thank you. Anyone else? I have a follow-up question to that. Under the utility billing, it says staff continues to work with residents on utility payments and providing available assistance to avoid shutoffs when possible. Can you elaborate on that? And if not, I know that the finance director, Chrissy Ramirez, is in the room. What does that really entail, providing available assistance?
Yes, so we primarily try to get customers that are delinquent on a payment arrangement so that we can avoid shut-off if possible. But with payment arrangements, they still do need to maintain a certain level. I believe they cannot be more than 60 days past due. Sorry, I have used to do utility billing, but it's kind of fading. 60 days past due. So we try to help in regards to, what will be a manageable payment that will get you back on track to paying everything that you owe and not get shut off, but also they still have to stay within the parameters and what it is that we can provide as a city.
Okay, so basically it's working with them to be able to make the payments, but there's no funding available?
No, not at the moment. I
Okay.
believe the assistance through LEWAP has ended.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation. You did a great job.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we move on to item 7C, Police Department Operational Overview and Independent Audit. Chief Aguilar.
How timely. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Mr. City Manager, Madam City Attorney, and Madam City Clerk, and our viewing audience here tonight. I'm here to provide a independent audit operational overview for the police department. And as this audit is a part of our overall support to the commitment of Santa Paula PD. As my time has started here, I've focused on the philosophy of our organization becoming an enhanced professional organization, to become a trusted public safety partner in our community, and to improve community engagement. And we still are working on all those facets of our organization. I'm here to share the results of an independent audit tonight. I'm here to acknowledge failures and outline corrective actions that are underway. And I'm here to also answer questions you may have for transparency. Tonight's Department Performance History covers the Investigations Unit. We are here to
address the issues of the investigations unit, improve performance, accountability to the community, and of course, essential transparency. We have had a collaborative assessment with the District Attorney's Office here in the county. There were concerns that were identified by the District Attorney's Office, and they came to us, and we worked together on this audit. This is not the current operation, but it is those of past and prior leadership of the chiefs here at the Santa Paula Police Department. We own, and I own, the need for the audit. The concerns I saw in my immediate action were to rectify this situation. This audit was initiated by myself and the city and the police department. The timeline of this audit ranges from the year 2017 to year 2023. I'm here to convey to you tonight the breadth and depth of this audit, citing some examples of failures cases that are within the audit regarding felony assault cases. We examined training, supervision, staffing, and case management. The audit has included interviews and best practice comparisons. After review and assessment of cases between our agency and the District Attorney's Office, it was determined an independent review was absolutely necessary. Our concerns are purposeful for the audit itself. The background regarding the circumstances of the audit, there is a scope and methodology. It identifies significant findings and also review of department systems. In the findings, we found that there were failures that were systemic and unacceptable. There was an overall failing and lack of leadership and supervision during that period of time. And I'm here as the Chief of Police to own the mistakes and concerns of the department. The investigations did not meet professional standards. There were gaps in supervision and accountability, and there was training and case tracking deficiencies. Again, these issues predated current leadership and administration, and we have a commitment to the Santa Paula Police Department, and most importantly to our community, to residents, to raise the bar for the police department operations like we've been working on. I'm going to briefly go over recommendations that were provided by the audit, the independent review. There are 10 recommendations, and I'm here to report tonight on the progress of those recommendations that were addressed. Recommendation number 1, the department advertise for and hire personnel with specific areas of expertise to help them to investigate crimes. And I'm here to report tonight that in response and our progress to this, we have hired several lateral entry police officers, one of which had an extensive investigative experience who is now working and assigned to detectives. Overall, we have hired 11 lateral entry police officers since December of 2023 that has added to our investigative experience. And out of those 11, 4 officers had various levels, including significant investigative experience. Recommendation number 2, the department might consider outsourcing work which requires specific expertise. We utilize this in the review of cases that were in the audit. Detectives from law enforcement agencies from throughout Ventura County worked with us. They supported Santa Paula in reviewing investigations, making recommendations, and carrying out operations with us related to our investigations. Professional alternatives for number 3 to existing models of service should be considered to improve community safety and restore a professional and accepted approach to investigating crime. Our model of service has changed. We have changed to our Detective Bureau we now have 3 detectives and 1 detective sergeant. Prior to that, there were 2 detectives and 1 detective sergeant. In the upcoming months, shortly, we are going to add another detective to the Detective Bureau. In preparing information for this audit, a poll of state law enforcement agencies similar in size to our police department and population of our city normally staff 2 detectives and 1 detective sergeant. Recommendation number 4, a more direct, less complicated approach would be to contract a neighboring agency for police services. As you know, in November of 2023, we evaluated this. Our police sworn staffing was sustained, and we hired enough staffing to increase our levels to almost maximum staffing for our officers. The reality is today, with not just our agency, but other law enforcement agencies across the country, longevity and experience are difficult to sustain, and that's because for all these agencies, due to increased scrutiny, large numbers of experienced officers retiring. That is currently going on, and we share the same struggles and challenges in getting qualified candidates to not only test, but it's a smaller group of candidates now, and it's 1 in 100 make it through a background, but when we get a reduced number of candidates, it just makes our challenge that much more to try and find those to get hired to the job. To be clear, very few are interested in a highly scrutinized profession where accountability is completely magnified these days. Recommendation number 5, hire an administrative manager or supervisor to ensure training compliance, work with other departments to develop training, and handle other internal demands that are crucial for providing public safety. And our progress on that has been, our administrative sergeant position was vacated for salary savings and budget considerations, and we have opened a recruitment for an administrative analyst, and that position is currently pending on hiring somebody, so we are close to hiring that new staff member. Recommendation number 6, the department must develop an operations manual for the division. And I'm happy to say on our progress that prior to the audit, in our work here with my administrators, my commanders, an operations manual for the investigation division was drafted, and it was completed before the audit was finished. In addition, the department training plan was drafted and was also completed before the audit was finished. Recommendation number 7, identify and develop personnel who can be an asset to the investigative division. For our progress, prior to the audit, detectives and patrol officers received investigations-related training provided by the District Attorney's Office. We also had mandatory training, essential training, and scenario policy training at patrol briefings, and that occurs every shift. In addition, we have supervisory training with all bureaus, civilian and sworn. Those are continuing to be conducted. Every quarter, we have supervisor meetings with both our sworn and civilian staff to work on issues, to work out problems, and to cover training. I will share with you that in our hiring processes, we have only had 1 officer leave after 2023, and that officer left due to commuting hardships to get here to come to work every day. Recommendation number 8, while testing is both reasonable and good management to get people in positions, the present situation requires decisive leadership to fill these spots. And our progress is, prior to the audit, adjustments were made in leadership positions. Upon my arrival, a shift in leadership style has taken place. We've recognized the need for leadership development and hiring of more experienced officers. For example, all of our sergeants have been entered through the Supervisory Leadership Institute, which is an 8-month leadership program, so they can better lead the department as we move forward. In addition, an adopted city strategic goal is to add more police officer allocations in the next budget cycle, or in additional budget cycles. Recommendation number 9. The department's history of personal issues demands clear resolution. Conduct staffing study and follow those recommendations. Our progress has been a comprehensive job classification study was conducted in November of 2024, and it was implemented. The 2025 strategic plan was developed with our city council and our department heads, and there is specific metric was established for increased public safety by adding additional police officer allocations in budget cycles in the future. And recommendation number 10, the auditor was told that our Mark 43 computer-aided dispatch and new records management system upgrade would not be installed and running until September 25. Our progress for this was our employees, we had a team that worked with the Mark 43 implementation team, and that upgrade was fully implemented and launched July 16th of 2025, so months earlier than was predicted. These include new interfaces that will help case management notations, computer equipment upgrades in our dispatch center for efficiency for response times and investigation information, and our new laptops for all of our patrol vehicles were installed so that all of our officers can participate in case management as they take their reports as well, in addition to detectives. Moving forward, recommendations have been addressed, have been met, or they could be in continuing progress and development, depending on what the goals are for some of the recommendations. I've prepared an independent review statement and audit report. I've prepared the independent review statement I have prepared and the audit report are both available at our police department website and homepage at www.santapaulapd.org. Again, that's www.santapaulapd.org. We anticipate future updates on our Investigations Bureau progress in June of this year. I want to tell you tonight, in my experience working major crimes as an investigator previous years, that we care about victims, and victims matter. Our police department is committed to operational practices that protect and serve the public and ensure justice. We will continue implementing audit recommendations. We are here to maintain transparency with the community and to you, our City Council. We will develop a plan to keep the community and the City Council updated on our progress, and we will continue to rebuild trust through consistent and effective performance. And with that, I'll address any comments or questions you may have tonight.
Thank you, Chief. First of all, I want to thank you for your candor and your willingness to, as you say, own it, because you are the chief and the department is run under you. So thank you for that, and the fact that you took it upon yourself to investigate it before you were mandated. It is item number 7C, and before I open it up to the council, we don't have any speaker cards, but I encourage anybody in the public that heard this presentation to step forward and ask any question that you have of the chief or of this council. Well, I don't think you've answered everyone's questions, but Chief, thank you for that, and I'll open it up now to the council for questions for you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you for your candor today. Very sensitive subject. Can you explain to the public how these deficiencies came about and how they were identified?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Chavez. There was a case that came to the district attorney's office from analysis of evidence, and when they returned a query to us about the case, they realized that the case was still open and was not completed. That prompted meetings and review of cases going back in time to see if there were any other cases that were not complete or were not followed through. And we did find, working together with the district attorney's office in a collaborative effort, and I commend District Attorney Eric Nazarenko, his Bureau of Investigations Chief Scott Whitney, for working together with us to get to the bottom of it, prioritize, and look at investigations that needed to be completed. And during that time, we all, the district attorney's office investigators and our department, continued investigation on those cases to their end to determine and get cases presented to the district attorney for filing, and all the way through either sentencing of the defendants, or if the case could not be proved beyond a reasonable doubt, the case was not filed for charges.
It looks like you made significant improvements when these deficiencies were identified. We're always wanting to prevent situations in the future from happening, and it looks like you've outlined how you're going to ensure those measures are in place. I do think it's important to acknowledge that the district attorneys work on this because there's an oversight. They caught something, they reported it, and you work quickly with them to try to come up with some solutions to address these deficiencies. So thank you for your honesty and candor and for the department's work on this. And I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Vice Mayor Crosswhite.
I guess I should turn on my mic first. Can you tell us a little bit about how you've implemented oversight or what the process looks like so that going forward, you'll know that the processes that you now have in place are being followed?
Yeah, so with the new records management system, we have the first thing is we have a more robust and accountable case management system. So that's number one. Number two, as far as oversight, we have supervision. And when we talk about supervision, we talk about what are the capabilities or what qualifications does that supervisor, for example, in the Detective Bureau have? Are we sending them to supervisor school? Are we sending them to homicide school? Are we sending them to core investigative school? Are we sending them to leadership training? All those things add up to how oversight is much better managed. And in addition to that, we have our administrative commander assigned to that bureau as well for even increased oversight over the supervisor in that bureau to make sure that all facets of investigations are being addressed, audited on an ongoing basis, so we can continue the path forward to providing solid, thorough casework and presentation for cases to the District Attorney's Office for prosecution.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Canale.
Maybe it's more of a comment than a question, but just to bring the public up to speed a bit, when this was brought to this was brought to our attention last year. This has been ongoing. It's not been a last-minute kind of thing. And the council took it extremely seriously, as did staff, and we've recognized that as soon as some of these deficiencies were identified and brought to our attention, it wasn't a matter of trying to spin it or make it sound better, or it was fully at the insistence of council and staff that we get to the bottom of it, that we be transparent, that we be honest about it, so that we really could correct any problems that we have and systems to make sure that in the future that we function better to better serve our city. So I just want to assure, because this is probably new news to a lot of people, that this has been something that's been ongoing. We're all been very aware. We've been receiving reports about all the progress and the work being done to improve systems. And so this is, I just commend all the work that was done. And I also appreciate very much that everyone was very anxious and willing to collaborate with the district attorney, so that it wasn't an adversarial type of situation. It was, no, there are deficiencies, there are some systems that need improving. We will work together to make sure that we are still working together as agencies and the city with the county for the betterment of our whole community. So again, it's more of a statement than anything, but maybe an explanation, a little bit of the process as well for this year is how we've been involved. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cordenejo.
Councilmember Canale.
I'll ask a question first and then I'll say something. Chief, in your perspective, what are the most important safeguards now in place that give us confidence that these issues won't be repeated?
That comes down to three main areas: training, supervision, and accountability. We have to give our staff appropriate training so they have the advanced skill set to go the extra mile, to be thorough. It comes down to supervision and oversight and accountability for those that violate policy, for those that can't do the job or are deficient in the job. We've been here to take action with our employees, corrective behavior, whatever it takes to make them successful. That's what we're going to do. That's what we've been doing, and we'll continue to do that.
Thank you. And I just want to add to what Councilmember Cornejo said. We all took it very seriously when it was presented to us, and not just as a councilwoman, but as a mom and community member. I want to make sure that everyone who is just hearing about this for the first time or not, that they understand that as a council, we expect the work to continue, like Chief has talked about. It's very important that our community members understand that we want our police department to be a place that people can come and report a crime to, that they feel confident that they're going to be protected and that justice will do its job in whatever the case is and whatever it is that they're reporting. So I hope to continue with the transparency that you're sharing tonight as a department and as a council. We owe it to our community, and we owe it to victims of any crime that experience something that no one should. And I hope for updates, or as a council, we can agendize the item and bring back any other work that we're doing in collaboration, whether it's the district attorney's office or on our own as a police department or a city, to continue to honor victims and the process that should take place for whatever crime it is that they're reporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ordenales.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, Chief, the members of the public hearing this for the first time, we want to assure them that they're going to come in and get the best service they can. So with that in mind, somebody might ask themselves, are the people, the employees that made these mistakes, are they still serving in these positions, or have they moved on, retired, and do you have new personnel in place?
They are currently not serving in these positions, and new staff has moved in that is experienced and has gained experience as the days go by with their skill set and completing the work.
Thank you. And one final note, and that is we have a very young department with a lot of new officers, but some with a lot of experience. And I really like the idea that you're bringing in personnel with experience and getting them on board to help with investigations. And I would certainly think that you're going to not just limit like your investigator, like a sexual assault investigator, to one person, but maybe cross-train others so they share the wealth and the knowledge and experience.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just have one last comment. You know, our department cares, our employees care. My commanders are here. I have civilian staff in the audience tonight. I know I have my staff who are not able to be here. They're watching this stream tonight. They care. They burden the weight, as I do, of these kind of shortcomings, and we're on the right path. We've turned the corner. The leadership in the past has not been adequate, and we're here to be the change and transition for much better outcomes as the years go by. And I assure you that I'm committed, as long as I am here, to continue that path of positivity, thoroughness, and solid work to represent and sustain the trust of our community. So I thank all of you tonight for your time.
Sorry, I just want to say one more thing.
Sure.
I want to thank the staff at all levels, civilian staff or sworn staff, for all the work that they put in to rectify the problems once they were identified. The specific things that were brought to us are not very easy things to, one, report as a victim, but also to handle. No one wants to talk about those things, but they happen. And so I want to thank everyone in the department that put in the work to make the changes happen, so that moving forward, we better serve our community and we honor those victims as they come through. And second, to touch on the accountability piece that you brought up, Chief, I hope that the accountability is met, is addressed in the same way, no matter what the person's position is. If someone were to make a mistake, I understand that no one is perfect, but these sensitive all cases have sensitivity that needs to be addressed, but making sure that accountability is even and equal for everyone, clear across the board, no matter what position they hold, so that we can keep the transparency and the honor to the cases and the victims that come through that we should as a police department and as a city. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Chief, and to your staff. I know some of them are here tonight. I know that this process has not been easy. I know that getting up here and talking about what you've learned and what you're doing to fix it isn't easy. And so I do want to thank you all for being here tonight and for giving the presentation. You could have just put out a written statement and not come and face it directly. And so I very much appreciate that effort. And I know that I'm sure that there will continue to be questions, and I know that you'll continue to keep us updated. We live in times when it's really, really extra important that our community can trust our local department and public safety personnel. And so I thank you for doing this first step and in acknowledging that you found some things that needed improving and that you're taking those steps to make sure that there's accountability and that things are implemented and that things are investigated properly and processed properly and that we have the right processes in place. And so I do really want to make sure that your department knows that we all appreciate that they're working really hard to correct anything that was found that was not quite up to the standard it should have been. And we all, as a council, I know that we have supported this department wanting it to become the best that it can be. And I think that we are, I'm happy to see that it looks like we're making progress in that direction. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Just to reiterate our thanks, my thanks for all the work being done, for not fighting it, but getting to the bottom of past issues that had to be resolved and putting systems in place. But almost most importantly, I appreciate the transparency, again, because it is hard. It is hard to admit some past failures that need to be corrected, but we could only benefit by talking about it, being honest about it, and moving forward. We couldn't be transparent about it, or open, I should say public about it, better to say, through the process. As you're going through an audit, you don't want to interfere with that until it's been done properly so that we could find the issues and address them. But I, for one, am very proud of our department and want them only to be better and better and fully support them. And I know that this community really cares about their police and does have trust in them, but anything we can do to make it better for everyone, of course, that's where we're headed. That's our intent, and I appreciate all the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cornejo.
Anyone else? Chief, well, you've heard from all of us, so I would like to say, I believe, on behalf of the entire City Council, we thank the men and women of the Santa Paula Police Department for everything they do, what they've overcome and what they're going to overcome. And with your leadership and your two commanders, we'll get through this together. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, moving on to the consent calendar, we have items 10A through 10G. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies, I jumped ahead. City Council reports. Can we start with Councilmember Ornelas?
I never remember. I don't think so. I don't think I have anything to report since the last meeting. I was sick. That's it.
Well, thank you. I'm sure you'll hear some of the things we did, and I know you were there.
Oh, just kidding. See, I always forget. I attended the swearing in for Senator Monique Limon in Santa Barbara, along with most of you all. It was a wonderful event. We were surprised to have Kamala Harris come out and do the swearing in. That was pretty awesome. There was a great banda that played right outside of the gym, which was fantastic to walk out to. It was nice to see a lot of the people that were there that I hadn't seen in a while. We got to take pictures, see other elected officials from Ventura County. The drive was nice. It was just overall wonderful to see Monique in that new position, and I'm glad that I was able to make it and be a part of that.
Well, thank you. Councilmember Chavez, I know you normally submit your report. Is there anything that comes to mind or time-sensitive you'd like to say?
Yeah, the city clerk has a copy of my fourth quarter report for the public's viewing, and just a couple of things. As a member of the Ventura County Air Pollution Control Board, I was reappointed. As a member of the Ventura County Air Pollution Control Board, I was reappointed to the South Central Coast Basin White Council, where I serve as vice chair. I was appointed to the League of California Cities Policy Committee on Community Services and heading to Sacramento tomorrow for our first meeting of 2026. And I attended the start of the Martin Luther King Day at Plaza Park in Oxnard this Monday. And that's it.
Very good. Congratulations. Councilmember Conejo?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things to mention, maybe perhaps forgetting some of the others, but anyway. Did attend the VCOG bi-monthly meeting representing Santa Paula, and also a separate Ventura Regional Broadband Initiative. I represent Santa Paula on an ad hoc committee, which is a lot of initials and a lot of things to try and follow, but what we're working on right now is trying to get a policy county-wide for what they call micro-trenching, which would enable doing cable for broadband. And micro-trenching is trenching along between the road and the gutter along that seam, and it's just a couple inches wide and about 6 inches deep, which allows to put the cable along existing streets instead of tearing up streets everywhere. And so they're trying to get a policy put together for the entire county so that we can present that to providers so that we have uniform standards and uniform practices to make it easier to get some of those actually put in. And I do have a business card from Brian Chong, City of Moore Park, who is happy to help our new deputy city manager in putting together a policy for our city. So I will get that to her because he's a great help and she won't have to do as much to get it together. I appreciate that the mayor appointed me to the Senior Advisory Committee as the liaison and attended that first meeting. And also, I believe it was in December, but after the last meeting I attended, I did go to the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District Advisory Committee, which is different from the one that the council member Chavez is on. So those are the main things. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Cornell. Vice Mayor Crosswhite.
Yes, I also attended the ceremonial swearing-in of our new Senate Pro Tem, Monique Limon, up in Santa Barbara. But in terms of reports, the Councilmember Chavez and I are still working with staff on finalizing the Athens information to bring back to council at a future meeting. The Councilmember Chavez and I also had our Economic Development Committee meeting, and just a couple of quick things. We're all going to be getting a presentation shortly on not today, but soon, on the new permitting and processing improvements. The staff is working on implementing some software so that the public will be able to go through the permitting process in a digital format, which will make that whole process go better. So just letting you all know that that's going to be something that's coming. It's not finalized yet, but they're going to be coming and doing a presentation to give more information to the public on how that's all going to work. But it looks like it's really going to help our processes and make it easier for people to process permits, whether it's planning, building and safety, code enforcement issues. We also got an update on street festival issues that have been coming to the committee, and it was interesting. The results were mixed. Some people who had been wildly against it actually had really good experiences during the December Street Festival, and other people felt like, they didn't know if it really helped them. But some people who really thought it was not going to be beneficial did find it really beneficial. So that'll continue to be an ongoing conversation, but it wasn't as wildly difficult as I think some people were afraid it was going to be. At my Ventura County Transportation Commission meeting, we had several presentations. And so if anyone is ever interested in all of the various issues related to quiet zones in the railroad corridor, there was a lengthy presentation on quiet zones and everything that has to be in place in order to have a quiet zone and all of the liabilities that municipalities have to take on in order to have quiet zones. But so there was a really lengthy presentation and then a very robust discussion by the commission. So if that's ever something any of you or members of the public are interested in, there's information, or that you can watch that Ventura County Transportation Commission meeting from January. Also, there was lengthy discussion on the Santa Paula Branch Line Master Plan and the Environmental Impact Report. So that is still ongoing, but there was an update on where that's at, on their community engagement efforts, and also some of the concerns from the ag community. There will be a lot of additional opportunities to engage in that planning process. There's going to be at least 6 additional pop-up events in 2026. You can also go online to spbl.trail@goventura.org and find out more information. You can also sign up to be notified about future engagement opportunities, but there's also ways that you can submit comments online. And then, unfortunately, the Sespe Creek Overflow Railroad Bridge continues to have sagas because they were in the middle of fixing it, and then guess what? We had early off-season rain. So that is going to take longer than they were hoping, and they're trying to work with FEMA to get extensions and trying to work with all the various permitting agencies to get extensions, and so that saga continues. They'd originally hoped that the entire bridge would be finished by October, and that is clearly not going to happen. I had Southern California Association of Governments Legislative Communications and Membership Committee meeting, and so they talked about some of their updates, but I'm going to wait since the legislative session is still in the early stages, and I'll give you updates on those as bills really start to move, where people are just submitting the bills right now. I had a LAFCO meeting this morning, Local Area Formation Commission meeting this morning. There's not really anything to report on that one, though. So the other thing I will report on is that the Clean Power Alliance board meeting, we had to approve an early rate adjustment to adjust the rates down in response to the California Public Utilities Commission increasing the power charge indifference adjustment, which is the PICA. They increased that up, and that's after last year the state had also put on the increase in the base rate, and so we were uncomfortable with how much that change by the CPUC changed the rates, and so normally we only change rates once a year, but we did change rates. They'll go into effect starting February 1st in order to respond to the California Public Utility Commission's changes to that fee. So there's lots more information that I could share on that, but for now, I will just let you know that whatever rate you saw for January, it will be lower in February. So, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We didn't have, the last regular council meeting we had was December 10th, so quite a bit happened. But I would like to point out that in that time, in December, on December 20th, Gabrielle Ornelas, our council member, was responsible again for a wonderful event, the Santa and Me. That was an E&D boot up here on Main Street, and as usual, it was very successful, and you served a lot of the children in the community, so thank you. On the following day was the Rotary Christmas baskets that happens every year. And as you know, years ago we used to deliver, but they've decided to do a one-stop. People stop by the community center and pick up toys there. Councilmember Chavez and I attended the Homeless and Housing Committee meeting on January 6th. Let me see, there's We did have a special council meeting, all of us that were available on Wednesday, January 14th. I also attended the swearing-in of Monique Limon in Santa Barbara with fellow council members. On the 14th, Councilmember Chavez and I attended the Cannabis Standing Committee meeting. There'll be another one coming up real soon, and no decisions were made, but there are a lot of discussions about cannabis that's occurring. On Saturday, the 17th, Park 1055 had its one-year anniversary, so they've been in business 1 year. The Art Museum had an opening that night, and so that was at 4 o'clock. And I was honored to present a proclamation to the Santa Paula Lions Club on that same night at Bunn and Chevrolet in Fillmore, where there was about 60 people, 60 Lions in the room, and I gave them the proclamation for celebrating their 100 year of existence in Santa Paula. And as a reminder, tomorrow at 6:30 is the monthly Parks and Recreation Commission meeting, which will occur here in the council chambers at 6:30, and that is my report. So now we will go on to City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real quickly, it was a pleasure to kind of end the year with a lot of celebrations, events, and being supportive of our community. And we've started the year off with a bang. There's been, as you noted, Mayor, a Cannabis Committee meeting, an Economic Development Committee meeting, a Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting, our Athens Rate Review Ad Hoc Committee met back in December, and we'll be meeting again, and in January, and we'll be meeting again. So we've been hard at work moving things forward. I wanted to point out some good news, which is that the bridge that will span our two ends of town over Santa Paula Creek, the construction has indeed begun, and work is underway, and we'll look forward to a groundbreaking ceremony probably sometime in February, weather permitting. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Singer. So now we move on to the consent calendar. Items 10A through 10.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for the city manager.
Yes.
Just a couple of questions. Can you please provide the council with an update on the employee survey and also the status of the animal shelter?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the employee survey that we're doing with a third-party consultant concluded last week. They're working on compiling all of the results for us, which I'm told we will have at the end of this week. And we will engage those results with the council and with our staff. We have a couple of focus groups that we're going to convene next week, that the consultant will convene. And from that, I'm hopeful that there'll be feedback that will garner, that will help inform us as to ways that we can also improve our organization and make sure our employees are working in a satisfactory environment. As to animal services, we continue to have our animal control officer actively out in the field. We are also continuing to have dogs that are impounded, sheltered at the Humane Society in Ojai. That relationship has been kind of month to month, and they have been reluctant to enter into a longer-term contract because of some organizational changes that they're undertaking. And as a result of that, the chief and I have been actively talking with them and also seeking other options. So we'll hope to have some report to you. But otherwise, it's been kind of status quo for us.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Anyone else? Questions? All right. We're moving on to the consent calendar. Items 10A, Adam, through 10G, George. Mr. Singer, were you going to remove one item?
Yes. Just so the council knows, we are asking to pull item 10C, which was the approval to procure some composting through a state-approved direct service provider. There's a high likelihood that that contract won't be necessary because Athens, our trash franchisee, has obligations themselves to do this, and so they may have covered us. But because this is a reporting issue with the state, we have to make sure that they've done it in compliance with the state's regulations. If we're able to do that, then this matter won't come back to you and we won't need to spend the money. If it turns out we still need to do it, then we'll re-agendize this.
Okay, thank you. And is there any other item a councilman would like to pull?
Yes, I would like to pull, I think it's 10G.
Yeah, licensing agreement?
And then I just had a question. I don't know if you had any other, that you had a question on, one other item.
I just had a question on 10D, the completion of the police station security.
Yeah, that was the one I had a question on, so
Okay.
I don't think it needs to be polled.
Okay. What's your question on 10D?
My question was just I know that the current state of it doesn't have, the gate doesn't function, and so I was just curious about the timing of that.
So I spoke to RWC today to get an update. The notice of completion that you see in front of you today, they've completed their scope of work. So the mechanics, if you will, or the of opening and closing the gate, we have those bids in hand. Building and Safety has asked for us to put some additional screening for protection for little hands going in and out of the gate. So we're securing those bids currently, and we're going to put some additional screening near the areas of the gate opening. Once we've secured those bids, we'll be ready to install that, and then also put the gate, the functioning pieces of the gate, so it'll open and close, and all the mechanics that we need for that. 45 days or so, to 45 to 60 days to complete that is what I was told today. Yeah.
I have a follow-up question, Mr. Barnes, Director Barnes. We're going to approve the notice of completion. During the course of the construction, you have evidently had some change orders which cost an increase. Can you talk a little bit about that? I mean, some of it was beyond our control. I think it was the approach of the ingress and egress of the parking lot, and I think you might be able to address that.
You're testing my memory a little bit when it comes to that, but none of those were with this notice of completion. So there was 3 different projects going on. One was some civil work, which was the approaches and things. That work has been completed. We've actually brought that notice of completion to you all already. The interior work at the police station was also done, and that notice of completion has come to you. And then this is the last outstanding one, so the fencing was another contract.
Okay.
And they all did come under budget. I know we came back to you at one time to ask for some increases, but they all came under budget as far as council's approved scope.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. So again, Vice Mayor Crosswhite has pulled 10G, which is a license agreement and MOU with potential Union Oil building users. Would anyone like to make a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar?
I would move approval of items A, B, D, E, and F on the consent calendar.
It's been moved by Vice Mayor Crosswhite.
Second.
And seconded by Councilmember Chavez. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. And as a matter of practice, I do want to declare a conflict with 10G, which is the license agreement MOU with potential Union Oil building. I have a perceived conflict as well as an actual conflict with the Union Oil building. The perceived conflict is that I'm on the board of directors for the Santa Paula Historical Society, and I have been for a long time. And now, being on the board and a member of the Historical Society, we are now lessees of the building. So I have what would be considered a perceived conflict. But the actual conflict is that I own real property within 500 feet of the conflict zone. So with that, I'd like to abstain from any vote and recuse myself from this discussion and leave the room. So I leave the dais in control of Vice Mayor Crosswhite. You want to go? No.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Oh, I guess I need these too.
Yes, those are all comment cards. This person would like to be last.
And all of these are on this item?
All 10G.
Okay.
Just wait. No, just kidding.
All right. So once the mayor leaves the room, we will discuss item 10G, the license agreement and MOU with potential Union Oil building users. I don't know if, Mr. Barnes, if you have anything you want to say about this item?
Well, as council recalls, we did come before you with a study session, and REC was able to make a presentation about content management as well as license agreement for the building. They kind of go hand in hand, but real purpose and our partnership with REC really has to do with content management. As you know, we've inherited a lot of items in the building that Chevron donated to the city or were items that we had acquired over the time of having the building. And they're going to be helpful to us as far as cataloging, archiving, curating those items at their expense. In addition to that, they're willing to license some space upstairs in order to help us generate revenue that will continue to support the maintenance of the building. So that's really the relationship we're looking for with them, and that, you know, they're very willing, very interested, and quite frankly, very excited to be part of this project and work with us. There are representatives here today with REC that can speak to that. I would also like to make you all aware of one item that did come to my attention after the agenda item. So I have some red line copies. Actually, I guess they're blue line copies, but you can see some edits on page 1 and 2. It's in our favor, and I've talked to REC. I'm going to give those to you now. I did talk to representatives from REC, so they're aware of it and in agreement. But actually, on page 1, the licensed area is actually a little bit more. It's 3,048 square feet of licensed area. So the rent would increase to $1,524 a month rent for that space. And then also, there's an intent upstairs. The rushing room has been kind of set aside for Leap Lab when they need additional office space, but they've also requested potential for maybe 2 offices. So the rushing room was listed in here, but really that's already been set aside. That's not part of the current agreement. The writing room, which is part of REC's current license agreement, but it's written into the license agreement that when Leap Lab is in need of a second office and is willing to cover the cost for that, for the rent for that office, that it would be turned over to them, and we will take it out of their license agreement, and then Leap Lab would consume that office space. So we've written that in for that provision for them for when they're ready for additional space. So I just want to make you aware of that, and I don't know if we got to everybody, but those are the only 2 changes.
All right. Is that all you have?
That's it.
Okay. I'm going to take the public comments, I think, then first, unless any council has any burning questions before we take the public comments. Okay. All right, we have Michael Shanklin?
Well, good evening, Vice Mayor and Council, City staff. Thank you for your interest in preserving historical artifacts on behalf of the community. My name is Michael Shanklin, and I, by day, am the Executive Director of Kidstream Children's Museum over in Camarillo that's going to serve the community in partnership with Leap Lab, with the folks that we're going to serve. Great partnership there. By evening and volunteer status, I'm a member of the American Alliance of Museums, and I serve nationally as a museum assessment grant peer reviewer. And part of my responsibility as a peer reviewer is to go all throughout the nation and advise museums across the nation on best practices as it relates to community collections and historic preservation. So it is with that experience that I come in support of REC and their selfless act of coming in and helping to preserve the historical Union Oil collection. We're really proud of the effort that we're working on to take the collection and really make it a world-class collection available to ultimately, hopefully, to digitize, to utilize that for historic research around the history of our community. There are a couple of key things that we're looking at as part of the responsibilities of this. Number one is creating a collection stewardship and steward plan to ensure that if there are any artifacts or archival items that are in jeopardy of being lost permanently, that we immediately rectify that to preserve those and make those available to future generations. We also are looking at the archival and artifact storage using best practices according to the American Alliance of Museums. Looking at the inventory oversight process, we're really hoping to engage local history students and those interested in museum preservation to come and volunteer with us to activate and engage the community in a meaningful way. As I mentioned, one of our goals is to digitize the collection so that that can be used for research in the future, not only from the oil and gas industry and looking back, but also from the perspective of the critical history of this fantastic community. So I'm proud to be an advisor in this and excited to help the city manage that collection. And I just want to thank you for your support in supporting REC and our efforts to help you help the collection. Good evening.
All right, thank you. Michael Nelson?
Madam Vice Mayor and members of the council, I'm Mike Nelson, and I live in Santa Paula, have been since 2001. I'm also was the former director of the California Oil Museum for the city of Santa Paula from 1994 to 2007. So I had the great privilege of being the museum director for a period of 13 years and managing the museum's all the programming, fundraising, and contents of the museum. And I saw so much of the contents of the museum for a very long period of time, came to appreciate and understand them very well, and also saw many items donated to the museum in all the years that I was there. I know, of course, everybody knows that the contents of the former oil museum and the Union Oil building have passed now to the city of Santa Paula from Chevron, which is a great thing. And so now the city's responsible for the preservation, management, and cataloging of all the contents and collections of archives of the Union Oil building. And I can affirm that the building contents do have significant and substantial historical and monetary value. In particular, I think of the collection of the Lundgren gas pump collection, which was 6 gas pumps that were donated to the museum, fully restored from the early 1900s to the mid-1900s, which individually those are worth anywhere between $5,000 and $10,000 a piece. So they're very, very significant items. I think that the Responsible Energy Council, the REC, is the best entity I can think of to preserve and manage those contents. The REC has exceptional petroleum expertise because of its connection to CalNRG. Olivia Simonson is the president of REC, and her father, Cliff Simonson, is the CEO of CalNRG. And so there's a lot of petroleum expertise which can come into play to help with the preservation of all the material that's in the museum. REC also has an exceptional director, Michael Shanklin, who's already spoken prior to me. And he has just a great track record in terms of fundraising, collections management, all the things you're looking for in having somebody aboard that can do a great job. And I have a lot of confidence that he will do a great job. The REC also has a strong funding source in its connection to CalNRG, and so consequently they can pay for all the necessary preservation and management software, time and energy and staffing that's required to do a proper and good and professional job with what the city owns. And I think that's very important. So I consider this license agreement, I'm fully to be really good for the city, and I'm fully behind it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Tim True. And then he'll be followed by Cliff Simonson.
Good evening. My name is Tim Truey, and I run Petru Corporation, a land consulting company doing land work and oil and gas work. I've run my company here in Santa Paula for 40 years. I'm also a member of the California Oil Museum Foundation, so I've been involved with the Union Oil building and its content for the last several years. I've worked up and down the state in the oil industry since 1978, and the content in the Union Oil building is incredible. It's a rich history of the town, the county, and the state. So it is in need of preservation. A lot of it is well over 100 years old. A lot of it is paper, and it's going to take a lot of work and knowledge and curation and money to save it. I've known Cliff Simonson for about 30 years. I know him as a man of integrity and of his word, and I have full confidence that the rec will be able to step in and take care of the county's incredible oil collection in the museum. So I would ask the council to move forward with the agreement with rec and try to get them in the building as quickly as possible so they can start their work to save and curate those items. And then they can be made available to the public safely in that manner. So these are items that the general public would be interested in, but also schools and scholars because of the rich history of the area and of the oil integrity. So we all know that Ag and Oil built this town, built this county, and I think everything in there is so incredibly important to preserve. And I have full confidence that the rec will do that. Thank you.
Cliff Simonson, and followed by Josh Fonseca? So,
Joseph.
oh, Joseph, sorry.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, council members, and thank you, Greg. And I'm just wanted to say I really appreciate the outpouring that I've heard so far from the community and the opportunity for the Responsible Energy Council to be involved in this. We consider it a long-term project. We're quite excited about it. And I don't want to take a bunch of time. We've met before, but I'll stay here for questions, and in the meantime, I'll let the others that are speaking and not suck up their bandwidth. So, thank you.
So Joseph Fonseca, and he'll be followed by Josh Yarborough.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Joseph Fonseca. I am born and raised in Santa Paula. I am raising my 4 daughters here. One thing I've always been proud of is our city's deep history. Oil and gas played a major role in shaping Santa Paula, providing jobs, opportunity, and an identity for generations of families like mine. The artifacts inside the Union Oil building are not just old equipment. They are pieces of our shared story. Preserving them means honoring the people who built this community and ensuring the future generations understand where Santa Paula comes from. The Responsible Energy Council has the expertise and dedication to properly care for these artifacts so they are protected and documented and preserved with respect. Leaving them at risk or unmanaged would be a loss to our city's heritage. I'm asking you to approve the license agreement, the Responsible Energy Council to preserve the oil and gas artifacts in the oil building. I hope we can protect Santa Paula's history. Thank you. Sorry, I'm not much of a speaker.
You did fine. Thank you. Josh Yarborough, and then Henry Lopez will follow him.
Good evening, City Council members. Forgive me, I'm a little nervous public speaker, so I'm going to read. My name is Josh Yarborough. I'm a Santa Paula City resident and parent of 3. I think about what we pass down to our next generation. History isn't just taught in books, it's experienced through real artifacts that tell real stories. The oil and gas artifacts in the oil building represent decades of innovation, labor, and our community growth. Preserving them gives our children a chance to learn firsthand how Santa Paula evolved into the city it is today. REC has shown its commitment to preservation, education, and community collaboration. Approving this agreement ensures these artifacts are protected rather than forgotten or damaged.
I'm asking for you to approve the license agreement allowing the REC to preserve the oil and gas artifacts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Henry Lopez, followed by Bob Orlando.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Henry Lopez. Santa Paula's history is one of hard work, industry, and resilience. Preserving our oil and gas artifacts is not just about nostalgia. It's about cultural and economic value. Well-preserved historical artifacts support education, tourism, and community pride. They create opportunities for learning programs, visitors, and partnerships that benefit the city as a whole. The Responsible Energy Council is uniquely positioned to manage and preserve these materials properly. This agreement ensures that artifacts are cared for by professionals who understand their historical and technical significance. Approving this license protects assets that belong to Santa Paula's story and ensures they remain accessible and respected. I'm asking for you to approve the license agreement allowing the Responsible Energy Council to preserve the oil and gas artifacts in the Union Oil Building. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bob Orlando, followed by Rebecca Enriquez.
Greetings, Vice Mayor, Council, Mr. Singer, Ms. Castillo, and I think the Chief's still here, Chief Aguilar. I'm Bob Orlando, 524 Glade Drive, Santa Paula. I'm a native California. My wife and I have lived in Santa Paula for 25 years, and here we have retired. I'm a professional geologist licensed by the state. I've been involved in the petroleum industry for over 42 years, from research, environmental studies, engineering, exploration, and production. I appreciate what Santa Paula has: its people, the weathered museums, especially agriculture and petroleum. These made our city. The Oil Museum is here to display what it has given. Petroleum is necessary and required, and the chemicals related to it for the mining of rare earth minerals that are in every piece of electronic equipment you use today. It's there in the manufacturing facilities that produce the wind generators and mills to produce the batteries and solar panels, and also the fuel to power the tractors that harvest our food. Let's not rename what we have. Let's not eliminate it. It's a significant part of our community. How fortunate we are to have this museum in our community. Please approve the agreement allowing the Responsible Energy Council to preserve what is a significant part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Rebecca Enriquez, followed by Miguel Enriquez.
Good evening, council members, Vice Mayor. My name is Rebecca Enriquez. As you can see, I do live in Fillmore, but we spend so much time in Santa Paula, we should probably just move here. I am a teacher at a K-8 school here in Santa Paula. My children go to school here, and my husband works here. I often think about what we pass down to our next generation. History isn't just taught in books. It's experienced through real artifacts that tell real stories. The Union and gas artifacts in the Union Oil Building represent decades of innovation, labor, and community growth. Preserving them gives our children and grandchildren a chance to learn firsthand how Santa Paula evolved into the city that it is today. My children have great memories of their visits to the oil museums in the past, and they are excited to know that the history that's in those buildings will be preserved. The Responsible Energy Council has shown a commitment to preservation, education, and community collaboration. Approving this agreement ensures these artifacts are protected rather than forgotten or even damaged. This is a practical, responsible step that safeguards our past while educating our future. I'm asking for you to approve the license agreement allowing the Responsible Energy Council to preserve the oil and gas artifacts in the Union Oil Building. I appreciate your time tonight, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Miguel Enriquez, followed by David Compton.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Miguel Enriquez. I grew up in the Heritage Valley. I work here in Santa Paula, and I'm proud of our community's oil and gas heritage, and I enjoy learning about its rich history when I'm at work. I get to see the history firsthand on how the industry has shaped this area for the better for generations of families like mine. That's why I support the preservation of the items that were formerly part of the California Oil Museum by the Responsible Energy Council. I want my family to understand and value the key moments and industries that shape their community. The Responsible Energy Council is showing up to support these same values. They are also showing up to support the city of Santa Paula in managing their collection and providing critical expertise. I am asking for you to approve the license agreement allowing the Responsible Energy Council to preserve the oil and gas artifacts in the Union Oil Building. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. David Compton, and then our last speaker card will be from Olivia Simonson.
Good evening, Council. My name's Dave Compton. I have lived a majority of my life right here in Santa Paula, and I also work here. I had very fond memories of the Oil Museum growing up in town, and in my 66 years here, I've seen many things, unfortunately, no longer be here. And sadly, the Oil Museum is just one of those. But having the museum's artifacts just disappear, I think, would be a massive tragedy. I'd hate for us down the road to just have this be another Santa Paula, you remember when moment? I think the REC is the perfect curator of these items, because one thing that hasn't been mentioned tonight is the REC educates about all types of energy, not just oil and gas. And by having them be the curators, allows us to preserve our city's history while building that green energy future that we all want. I suggest you vote yes. Thank you.
All right. And our last speaker, Olivia Simonson.
Hi, good evening. I just want to start off, my name's Olivia Simonson. I'm the president of the Responsible Energy Council. I'm third generation oil and gas in Ventura County. I want to thank you all for your time this evening, and I want to thank all the speakers supporting the Responsible Energy Council. And I really want to appreciate Greg and all of the work that he's done to collaborate with the stakeholders involved in getting the license agreement and MOU before you all today. I was born and raised in Ventura County. I have very, very fond memories of the Oil Museum. And we founded the Responsible Energy Council originally with the intention and the mission, which still holds, of building an energy-educated society here in California. And through our experiences here in the community, both operating as a business and through my existence here as a resident and someone who was born and raised here, we realized that a history and heritage component of the Responsible Energy Council was a critical component of energy education. It's our pleasure to step in and support the City of Santa Paula as the nonprofit organization stewarding and providing that support for preserving the oil and gas history and heritage in the Union Oil Building. And we are proud and excited to provide that support to the city. Like Greg said, we are very excited to be providing that support and stewardship, and we're very excited to have Michael Shanklin supporting us with his amazing expertise. I wanted to add an additional piece of information. There's been some discussion about the artifacts being accessible for the public. We have received requests already through email to be able to use the artifacts and the items that we'll be preserving in local research and use by local historians. So we're already getting those requests, and we're excited to get to work to be able to provide them access to those critical materials for their research and work in our community. So thank you so much for the opportunity to steward this history. Again, we're available for any questions that you may have regarding our organization or the contents of the agreement. Thank you so much for your time this evening. And we ask that you obviously approve the license agreement and MOU before you today. Thank you.
All All right. Are there any questions from council members?
I have both.
Okay.
So, obviously, process is important to our residents, and it's our job to ask tough questions and make these hard choices. We went from a study session directly to a consent item, so pulling this item is essential to create dialogue so that all of our residents understand the decisions we make. With that said, I have some questions for staff, and then I have some questions for the partner in question that has a proposal. First, Mr. Barnes, there was a robust process that engaged community about the future of the oil museum, right? There was data collected, input provided. What were the top 3 issues identified?
People wanted to preserve the building. I believe they wanted to preserve the history of the content, and they wanted to have accessible space for the building downstairs, something that the community could enjoy, could access, could participate in. Those were kind of the themes.
So how does the proposal tie into the intended use of the space?
They would help us preserve the history and the content, That would be the partnership or the relationship.
When we went through this process, we had an RFP, it was open, people applied, we made decisions, we've had folks here from the organizations, and we closed it, right? Then an organization bowed out, to my understanding.
Yes.
Did we reopen the process to allow other community partners to have the opportunity to put a proposal together?
We did not reopen the RFP process. As you know, we received 5 proposals when the RFP went out, brought that back to council. And as you stated, one of the proposals that was accepted with the California Oil Museum Foundation, who originally was going to help us manage the content and be in the building, kind of the same relationship, decided that they did not want to move forward to be in the building or help with that. And shortly after that, we were approached by REC that they would be interested and could help us with managing the content. We came back to council with that study session to kind of work through that and present that to you all, and that's how we got here today. Okay. But we did not open up another RFP or go through the whole RFP process again. We did not.
And I guess these next couple of questions, I'd like to ask for a representative from REC to answer. REC, you provided, we had a study session, we learned a little bit more. Are you a 501c3, a C4, an advocacy organization, and what are your primary advocacy focus areas?
We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization founded in 2022, but we have many generations of roots here in the community. Our mission is to use science and human stories to build an energy-educated society in California. And so as we were executing on our mission, we realized that history and heritage was a key component of energy education, and that we realized that this aligned well with our mission and with the values of our organization.
And when you do advocacy, you have multiple pillars of that, or you focus on the historical preservation piece or education? What are some of the things that your organization does?
Yes. So we're focused on energy education using science and human stories. So we have a energy news show that we publish on YouTube. We have the History and Heritage program basically within our organization, which opened up the opportunity to step in here with the historical preservation component. We have other storytelling components through our YouTube channel and our social media.
And there's no way conflict to, when you mention science, there's no conflict in terms of what the science says currently about climate change?
No, I don't think science conflicts with historical preservation of the history and heritage of these artifacts in Santa Paula.
Great. And then you said you started in 2022.
Correct.
But you have a long history of being in the industry. Tell me what the process would look like if this agreement moves forward in terms of the items that are there, because there's also other partners that are part of the space, and how is that going to affect timelines and I guess the community's hungry for the open space and having exhibits and all that stuff. How do you see the timeline would work? Would all those things be put in a different location, and then you'd slowly begin archiving them? Share a little bit about what that timeline looks like.
Yeah, our presence in cataloging the items on the second floor of the building should have no conflict with the ability of the other stakeholder, Leap Lab, to be able to fulfill their mission in the building. We'll move forward with cataloging. More details on kind of the actual preservation plan, I can defer to Michael Shanklin to talk a little bit more about that. But we'll be utilizing the second floor for those practices. Greg, do you have anything you want to add on that?
If I could add too, I mean, one of the reasons why we wanted to move forward with this is in order to finish clearing the bottom floor so that we can get items out of there so that Leap Lab can get moving. They've already done some tenant improvements, if you will, or getting some spaces ready, and we would like to assist them with that by getting those items out. So our commitment is by March 1st to at least have all the items out of the bigger items out of the bottom floor, and then they can work upstairs with cataloging and things of that nature.
And Kidstream is being a technical partner. What is their role, and what is the expectation of that organization? And how do we connect, because history is obviously important for our region, to the universities and the college systems?
So Councilmember Chavez, Michael Shanklin again. So my role with REC is as a community advisor. Kidstream in no way is involved with this process, just to be clear. My role is strictly as an advisor, as a professional in the museum industry with 30 years of experience to advise on the curatorial process, the historic preservation of the collections. So I do that as a volunteer to REC and a community advisor. So just again to reiterate, Kidstream has absolutely no involvement in the project.
And the university and colleges connection?
Yeah,
Is there
so
gonna be some of that?
Yes, sir. So
opportunity?
as a as someone who has taught university classes and has deep commitment to higher education, we feel like there's a wonderful opportunity on behalf of the collection to reach out to some of the local universities and community colleges that have students who are interested in Ventura County history. And so one of the things that we're looking at is the viability of, number one, cataloging the collection to making sure we understand what's there, taking rapid reaction for the artifacts that are in historical dilemma in terms of not being properly preserved, stabilizing the collection, and then properly storing the collection. At that point, once we have the collection cataloged and we're importing all that data into a museum software like Past Perfect, then when we have inquiries about the collection, as Olivia has already said we've had, we can be able to direct some of those inquiries towards specific parts of the collection that they would be able to utilize for historical research, which I think improves our understanding of our community and of the county.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate answering those questions.
Are there other?
Could I
Yes.
just make a comment? Because I'm recognizing that for the public that might be viewing this, there may be, in fact, confusion about what's proposed here. And so I just want to point out the obvious. Everyone in the room knows it, but the public might not, that Leap Lab is still under a license agreement. In fact, we'll be looking to bring some revisions to the council in a month to utilize the first floor and the public space. And this in no way interferes with that. It's in complement to the full use of the building. And I just want to, I would hate for the headline tomorrow for somebody to think that there's no longer going to be a science center, no longer going to be a Leap Lab use there, and that suddenly it's going to become an oil museum. So I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you.
Are there other questions? Councilmember Cornejo.
Remember my mic. I come to this from, my take, falling apart here, with a unique perspective, because I grew up in the oil industry. My dad was in the oil patch And I moved to California in '65, following the oil industry out here. So I understand the importance of the industry. I understand the legacy, the history of this, and how important it is to preserve. I feel I was just extremely fortunate to be, one, appointed to the ad hoc committee regarding the use of this building once we learned that Chevron was going to give it to the city. At that point, I wasn't necessarily recognizing the importance of the preservation of all of these historic artifacts and the history of the oil industry. It was more about what do we do with this building to make sure that it's not raised and something built on top of it, because our community values that building so much. We needed to keep that building, and in addition to the interest by the community for its uses, the council insisted by direction that it be self-supporting. So we had to find a combination of tenants that could build and sustain for the future the building itself. So, we couldn't, as much as we'd would love to just give away to the building for public use. We couldn't afford it. We couldn't sustain it. So being a part of watching that process and being a part of that ad hoc for going on 2 years now, it was a very thoughtful process. It was a shame at the point that we found the 3 tenants that were a very good complement to each other. A more of a futuristic green type of energy, as well as the California Oil Foundation and the Historical Society, we thought was perfect. So when California Oil fell out of it, it left a very large hole for us to find a way to preserve the actual oil history and the legacy that Union Oil and Chevron were hoping would happen with this transition to us and entrusting this beautiful building to us. And so finding an organization that would step in and fill that void, again, makes it that wonderful complement of 3 different types of organizations and one that can actually help pay for its preservation and its use. To me, it was extremely I was extremely pleased to hear that we have such an organization that would do that. I was, again, it's about me, very fortunate to be mayor when the building was transferred from Chevron to our city, after a lot of work prior to that by staff and attorneys and all. They loved this building. They wanted to entrust it to us to preserve that history if we could. That would be the intent or their wish. But we also recognize that we as a city can do what we want with that building. But to find this wonderful combination of a way for public to educate children on science and have it to be a wonderful science center, and also recognize at the same time the history of our city and this county, it was very special. And I just want everyone to know, why, I don't know why tonight, but that I came to Santa Paula in order to work with my father and my brother, who had a shop, a welding shop on 13th Street that built surface equipment for the oil industry, and they developed some processes that were patented and were special, and that came out and supported, and that tax revenue served this city. And I should go back and find out how many tens of thousands, if not more, money came into the city from that industry. And that was just one welding shop. So, it is a part of our history. It's wonderful that we can find a way to have these 3 different entities be a part of this, our building. And so I fully support and will vote yes for this. And I would encourage others to do so. I would also like to thank Director Barnes for balancing all of this in such a professional way and finding a solution for all of these entities to work together. And I wish them all every success to the benefit of all of us. So, thank you.
Councilmember Ornelas?
Yes. Thank you all for being here in support of this. Before I ask my questions, I just want to say, I'm asking these questions in no way arguing against preserving history, because I think that that's so important. But I do have, the questions that I have are more about what's in the contract that is up for being approved tonight. So I will ask from the representative we have here. My first one is about transparency and accountability. Are you willing to provide the city with regular disclosures of funding sources and governance changes during the term of the agreement?
Yeah, we can have a conversation about that for sure.
And I think you might have mentioned this already, but the space that you will be using, I just want to make sure it won't be used for advocacy, lobbying, or messaging intended to influence public policy, right?
Yeah, we're a 501c3 nonprofit, so we're unable to engage in those activities.
And if any concerns arise about the content, use, or space or compliance with the agreement, how do you expect to work with the city to address those concerns promptly?
In the way that we already have, which is professionally, collaboratively, and proactively.
And I think the biggest one here is, given that this is a city-owned historic facility, why is a 5-year exclusive license appropriate rather than a shorter term with renewal based on performance?
So I think that there's a couple components of this, is we really see ourselves as Cliff mentioned in his public comment, a long-term partner of the city and a long-term steward of these archives. This is going to be a large undertaking. We will be incurring a significant financial expense in supporting the city with this preservation. So that allows us the duration to be able to have the confidence that we'll be able to do that in a sufficient period of time and do it well on the city's behalf. Greg, do you want to add any, whoa, sorry, I'm tripping. Do you want to add anything on that?
No, I mean, I would agree with that there's going to be quite a significant investment made by REC into managing this collection. And I think it's the same consideration we gave to the other licensees, that they're going to be making a big, financial investment or investment of resources to open a science center or things of that nature. And so I think it's along the same lines, right? And so just giving them the opportunity to be successful, to be helpful to us, that's where the consideration of the 5 years came into play. This is a large undertaking. This isn't something that's going to be completed in 12 months. And so I think that there has to be some assurances that, number one, they have enough time to do the work. And number two, that, that they're going to have space. And, as I kind of opened with, they're willing to pay for licensed space upstairs, but they're also going to pay to archive and catalog this, all of our items. These are city-owned items. REC, we're not suggesting to turn any of these items over to REC. They're not owning any of them. In their MOU, we do give them first rights. If the city were to decide to turn something over or wants to get rid of something, we feel like it's not appropriate for us to own it anymore, to give them first rights to it. But we're not suggesting giving anything to them at this point. They're doing this on behalf and to be helpful to us and help catalog our collection, if you will.
And then we did talk about Leap Lab having use of the bottom of the first floor.
Yes.
Is the contract that we have with Leap Lab like as long as this one?
Yes. It's a 5-year agreement with rights for renewal.
If anything else comes up, I'll ask, but I'm good for now. Thank you.
The Historical Society also has a 5-year license agreement as well.
All right. I think it's my turn. Yes. All right. So I think I think we all agree that we want to see the oil artifacts preserved. That we want the collection to be, available for research. That we want it to be well taken care of. I don't think that that's the question. I think the thing that I have struggled with is that I left the study session thinking we're coming back talking about archiving. And then I got the agreement, and the agreement was for 5 years. It's only terminable under very specific things, the biggest of which is if they're not paying for 90 days. I mean, there's some other things about duplicating keys but it felt a little bit like, okay, we're definitely committing to 5 years, and I left that going, we're archiving. So, and then even in the scope of work that they presented, they expected it to be 12 months for the archiving, and so then I was a little bit like, well, wait, then what's happening the other 4 years? So I don't know if you want to respond to that before I...
So the language that was used as far as the termination was the same language that we used for the other agreements. And that's kind of where it came from. And again, I think it's assurances for REC because of the resources that they're going to be putting into the collection, that they'd like to be around for a little bit, right? Not just, if you will, for a different way of putting it, but kind of like polish it up and then out the door. They want to be long-term partners with us. And I think after the collection is cataloged and archived and curated, then what do we do with it? Right? It's not going to be on display at the Oil Museum because we have a science center and there's active programming going on. But REC might look to have an off-site location to make the artifacts available to the community. We do get, as was mentioned, had someone reach out to me a couple weeks ago that would like to go up and do some research and use some, look for some things. I'm not confident really letting them go up at this time because we really don't know where to point them to go look for the things that they want to look at. But kind of being around to help us with that too, to help navigate that when people do want to make connections when there's scholars or things that want to come in. And I think they'd like to be part of that. They have an interest, obviously, in the oil and gas industry, and they want to be around for a bit. So we used the same language. I worked with the city attorney to use the same language that we've used in our other agreements as far as the termination clause, or what would be terminable, if you will. I don't know if that's the right term for it, but in order to, for the, what would trigger them or us ending the license agreement. That was the thinking behind it.
And then, like, it says in their own document, it talks about temperatures and humidities and things like that, and that takes a lot of energy if you're trying to keep that upstairs space at no more than 65 to 75 degrees. They're listed here as needing 10%, or paying 10% of the, right? So I think as I was going through some of this, I was feeling like I wish that we had had this to talk about at our study session, as opposed to like, oh, okay, they're going to archive, and then it came back and it was like, wait, it's 5 years, and it's, the 10% here, and there was something about, well, I'll get to some of those things later. We'll start with that part.
So I've talked to them about that, and actually, we're going to be meeting with Leap Lab coming up next week, I believe, or the week after, to discuss some items. And REC is willing to increase that rate if needed. I want to have that first conversation with Leap Lab around utilities. And then, but REC is willing to, pay a different rate to go towards utilities or what's reasonable for them. But I think it's a conversation to have with.
Right, so then is there, I guess what I'm trying to understand though is then why wouldn't this come with that? Right, so that we're working everything, because when we left that last session, the last thing that I said was that I wanted to make sure that whatever came back to us, that all three parties that are going to be in the building, I know you got a letter from the other one, but that all three parties had had a chance to review the contract, that everybody was good with it, that all of the contracts worked across, because we already went through this once where we had, things sort of fall apart with one person, and so I wanted to make sure that we were all moving together moving forward together. And so then I'm just not understanding why we would approve this and then come back in 2 to 4 weeks and then have to amend this and not have all of those things be something that we dealt with together. I don't know if you want to add something or say something about that.
I just want to make sure that it's a win-win on all parties and everyone's in agreement at the same time. Has any of the tenants shared any concerns regarding the existing agreement or the partnership or how the collaboration works? Or how do you facilitate disagreements?
There's concern, I don't want to speak on behalf of the organizations, but there's concerns from Leap Lab about REC having a front-facing, program or talking about the science of energy in the building, because obviously that's what they're doing, right? They have a science center. Built into the MOU is REC will not be doing any programming. Upstairs is not available to the public. They're not there to open an oil museum. They're not offering any science-type related energy classes there or information. They're going to help us curate the collection. And that's where some of the angst has been, like, is there going to be a competing message? And there's not. We are supporting Leap Lab. We want a healthy science center for this community. Been working really hard to support Leap Lab and work along Marcus and Anna in that sense. This helps us as a city, as staff, take care of the collection that was also very much, when we had those workshops, the community was very much interested in, right? And so that helps with that. It has been a challenge, to say the least, to get everybody working in the same direction, because it's just the nature when you have multiple people in the building. Why is it in front of you today? Because we had this prepared and then received a letter as we were bringing this before you and building our staff report with other questions from Leap Lab that they wanted us to continue to look at their agreement, and they want us to come back with amendments for council. If we do that, if we put this off, and we come back, it's going to delay moving things out of the bottom floor. It's going to delay us helping Leap Lab move forward. It's going to delay moving content upstairs and getting it out of the way. And part of this is to help staff, because we do not have the resources, nor do we have the funding to bring in our own curator and pay for that service to assist them. So in many ways, from a staff perspective, we see this as helping our other tenants be successful. That's the motivation for us to move this forward. We know that it's not perfect. Sometimes it's a little sticky, but this is, I mean, it's all you know. We've been working, this has been a 5 or 6 year journey to get here. And it's been challenging at times, but we're getting there. I know that REC and Leap Lab have met also on a number of occasions and have had conversations about the space and what that looks like, and we'll continue to do that. But this is an attempt to get us to get to work, because we have a lot of work to do to clear that space to be helpful to Leap Lab and the other tenants. So that's why it's in front of you.
And Vice Mayor, if I could also just point out, the license agreement that's been approved for Leap Lab has their rent payments beginning March 1st. That's just around the corner. So it's reasonable, since they haven't fully occupied the space yet, that, we need to move things along in order to get them to a point where they can start to open their doors. So the sooner we do that,
Vice Mayor, can I just add something? You mentioned that they shared concerns while you were in the process of drafting a staff report. At what point will staff address their concerns? And is that going to mean that we're going to be coming back to address potential revisions to the existing contract, since it seems like it's a moving target?
It can be a moving target. This whole process at times, quite frankly, is a moving target for us. It just has been, especially when you have 3 tenants in a building and you're trying to work with all of them to satisfy their needs, but also move other projects along. This is a challenge. It'd be much cleaner, right, if you just had 1 tenant, but that's not the reality of what we're faced with, because we have different needs. Leap Lab has asked for us to come back with amendments to their agreement that you approved just last August. And so that's what actually James and I will be meeting with them, I believe it's next week, to discuss some of their requests. So at the very least, we'll be coming back here soon, before March 1st, with some amendments, or at least their request in front of you for amendments to their agreement. Could that mean that we'll also have some amendments to this agreement? It could. That's, we'll be told after we work with Leap Lab and work with REC through it a little bit more. But it would be nice to be able to get started in the meantime and start moving some things as well. And if it requires us to come back one more time with some amendments, that very well could happen. But at the very least, we will be coming back with Leap Labs.
I just have a question. I want to make sure that I'm understanding. You said that the top floor is not open, but you just said that somebody was asking about going upstairs. Who was it that's asking about going upstairs and for what?
I don't recall the gentleman's name, but they're just asking for some research. So it's not open for public, like downstairs if we were to have school access or visitors like that. It can be open for someone to come up and do some research or look for some artifacts or go through some of the documents. So that's kind of what it would be used for. The Historical Society is also upstairs, so they have storage space, and then they also have an office space to work towards building out exhibits that they might display downstairs. They'll have an occasional exhibit downstairs. But it's not open for, when I say public access, for just the public to come up and view content or like do a docent tour upstairs or those kind of things.
Thank you for clarifying. And then I hear what you're saying about having to move things forward. My hesitation is that, yes, we do have more than one tenant in there, but instead of coming back with revisions, why don't we just get it right the first time? Or as close to everyone agreeing with what we're doing? Instead of, I mean, I know Vice Mayor still has questions, but the concerns or the things that come up for me on the contract, Leap Lab having concerns just makes me think, can we just pause and bring it back even at the next meeting in 2 weeks with whatever the revisions are going to be, if that's a conversation that can happen from now till then, so that everybody can have whatever we need to get approved, and there's a clear understanding of the people that are going to be sharing that space. Just a comment, it's not really to ask you for an answer on it. I'm just, as you were speaking, it makes me think of all the different things that we've worked on as council and talking about how even if it takes us a little bit longer, let's just pause, slow down, so we can do it right the first time and avoid, I don't know, more problems, if we can.
I still have a couple questions.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. So if there's no public-facing exhibits, what would they be using the courtyard for? Because it does talk in here about the potential for doing stuff in the courtyard.
None of them have access really to, the courtyard is shared space, if you will. It's city space. That's not licensed to any of them. I don't think they really have a need for the courtyard. It could actually probably be removed, but all entities have access to it if they wanted to do something out there. Maybe it's a fundraiser or something of that nature. We're going to be doing some fundraising efforts for the building, and I would hope that all parties will be helpful to us in that venture. So could be used for a number of things, but it's not going to be like an exhibit or things out in the courtyard. We just make it available to any of the users that might find that space useful for something.
And so then if the conference room, because we had talked before about the conference room being, maintaining an open space, and when the former contracts came, we were very adamant that that was going to be an open space for everyone. So then why did that change in here?
It is still open. So the language says that the calendar will be maintained by the Parks and Rec Department and that it'll be available to all users. Quite frankly, because REC is willing to pay for the space to help us generate more revenue for the building. I offered and I said, well, we could just take that out. And they said, well, we don't mind paying for the space, but it can still be available to all. So we built the space, so we built language in there so that it's available to all users. And the calendar will actually be managed by the Parks and Rec Department.
And so then what is, let me think, I'm going to come back to that. Why is it that we are in here as having the responsibility to help support them in seeking funding?
I think it's It's a soft request, if you will, but I go back to, these are our items, it's our content. One item is like the Lundgren Foundation. We have some funding for that collection. And so if those funds can be used to help archive or put towards that, then we should do that. It's a responsibility of that. It's a responsibility of ours to use those funds for that collection. It might be a support letter. Maybe we come across a small grant that we want to put towards it. It's not going to consume a lot of our time because we don't have the time to go out and look for funding. But I think that it being our collection, it's not, I don't think, inappropriate that if we came across any funding opportunities to help manage our collection, that we would put that forward. But by no means are we like putting staff time, like go out and look for grants for the collection or things of that nature, because we don't have that capacity. But I think it's more just in a support role because it is our collection.
Can that be put in there, like in the language, so it's not so vague?
What would your recommendation be as far
Like
as?
what you just said, like maybe, it's not like time's gonna be allocated by staff to do it, but just if something were to come up, or, just like you said, whatever the legal way of
I
putting
mean,
it
yeah, we
in.
could wordsmith it some
And then-
to outline that.
And then, just to add to putting something in there, the question that I had about disclosures of funding sources and governance changes, when I got the response, it was we could have a conversation about it, but maybe a conversation about if it should go in there and what it would sound like. It wasn't to you, it was to, I'm not gonna try and remember her name. She's sitting right behind you,
Olivia?
the representative, yeah. I have horrible with names.
What was the item again?
It was a question about willingness to provide the city with regular disclosures of funding sources and governance changes during the term of the agreement. I'm just saying it now because I added the same thing for what you were just talking about. I don't want to forget that.
Sorry, Jenny. Can I mention something? Greg?
Sure.
I will say that I realize that as a 501c3 nonprofit organization, our sources of funding and all of our disclosures are in our Form 990 agreement that you can find publicly through the IRS website. I mean, we have a great relationship with Greg, and we'd be happy to, communicate to him about the status of our organization, which is something we've been doing on an ad hoc basis since we entered into this conversation. But who we are, what we do, and where our funding comes from is publicly available for the city to access at any time.
And then in terms of I know that Mr. Shanklin, oh my gosh, I don't know why I was going to change that, has experience with archiving, but what experience does anyone else in the organization have? I mean, because he's got his own nonprofit that he runs, and
I'll let them speak to that.
So what
about their-
capacity does he have for?
Well, I'll let them speak to that about their plans on how how they would archive or what that would look like as far as staffing.
So I think by entering into the licensing agreement and getting that as a green light to move forward, then I think and I'm an advisor to REC, so I'm not, I guess technically I'm speaking for you all. But, I'm already impressed with how incredibly generous the organization is on your behalf. You have a problem that you need to solve. And so far, I haven't heard any other recommendations for solving that problem. So I think REC is very willing and happy to jump in and help you solve that problem. With that being said, yes, I do have curatorial and archival experience. And we are very excited to work, as I mentioned previously, with universities to bring in additional folks who may be studying that so they can get some on-the-job experience. We've also been talking to other historical entities within the county to invite them to come in as advisors to the process. So I can't tell you right now that we have an exhaustive list of folks that are willing to step in, but we do have a process. And I think the beginning of that process is to get the licensing agreement approved so that we can begin moving forward. I hope that answers your question, Vice Mayor.
Okay. And then I think the other question that I have is the language in there about the city being the ones to work out language disputes. How does that language compare to the language that is in the other agreement?
It's the same exact language. I checked it today, it's verbatim. Both Historical Society and Leap Lab have the same exact language in their license agreements.
That feels like a really awkward position for all of us to be in on either agreement, but, I mean, do you have a process for how you would determine whether or not language was?
It talks to, I don't have it right in front of me, maybe I do.
I mentioned something in the meantime. We discussed at length in the ad hoc committee the whole concept of having potentially conflicting politics in the same building. This is the elephant in the room that we're dancing around right now. We expect everyone to behave like adults and professionals and people who know how to run nonprofits for the benefit of the community, and we're going to hold them to that standard. And that's what that language is about, if I recall, is that we just have a means to insist on. There's just too much suspicion right now over what's going on in each of the parts of the building, and we're exhibiting that, which I feel is not rising to the level of what we should expect of everyone to do in that building. We have someone who's making an offer who is going to make this affordable, which was our number one insistence on taking over that building, was that we may make sure that it's sustainable. So we have to find a way, and we have an offer of someone that has resources, or an entity that has resources that's going to enable us to move forward without losing all of the valuables that we have in our history in that building, in that particular. So I'm sorry to get a little bit impatient, but I think we're all acting as if there's some suspicion of what the activity is going on in these buildings when they're legitimate 501c3s, both of them. And I've spoken particularly with Leap Lab at length. They understand, and they're absolutely ready to work with others in the building to the benefit of our community, for the education of anyone, not only just our community, people coming in from the outside. And if that's what's stopping this agreement, I highly protest. This is a very smart economic thing to do. We have a very generous and offer to take away a big problem that our staff is going to have of all that archiving. And delaying that, I don't see fine-tuning verbiage in terms on utilities, which we can do, should delay progress on this project. And I know it's difficult. We're all saying, it basically, and it would all come down to our discussions, like, they all have to share the same bathroom. There's one bathroom in that building. These people, as adults, professionals, nonprofits, need to work with each other. It shouldn't be that hard. And I just think that we should be allowed to keep differences of opinions and education and ideas and history and future. We should be able to function and thrive under the same roof with those things. And so I encourage us to move forward with this, because we will be left with a huge hole if we stand in the way of the progress of this arrangement. It's a wonderful, dynamic combination of tenants that could go awry, and therefore we do have the language where leases can be terminated if they can't work with each other. We can do that. We can just say, this is unworkable, this isn't working.
That's actually not what the language in the contract says.
Well, clarify that.
To your question too about the disagreements, it isn't just about language and exhibits though. And this license disagreements, the city becoming the arbiter of that really was based on the initial negotiations with everybody, so that somebody, if tenants are not agreeing on space or there's something of that nature, someone has to step up and sit at the table with them and say, okay, this is how we're going to move forward, and that's kind of where that came from. That was actually during the initial negotiations of the other license agreements of why that was put in. So is it an awkward position to be in? Yes, I don't want to be, or I don't think any staff, or we want to have some committee where we have to sit here and deal with those things. So we kind of, to be honest, we've been honest brokers with everyone. We're continually trying to work and be supportive of everyone and be in communication, and we hope that that will kind of get us going in the right direction and have everyone, live in that building together. But if something does arise, it gives us the ability to kind of sit down and discuss it with everybody. What does that process look like? I don't know, because I haven't had to do that, sit down with that process yet, but I could see it being multiple staff members sitting down with tenants and having discussions and figuring out solution to solve any issues that we might arise.
I mean, because I think part of what I'm concerned about is the first time we went through this, all three entities were sitting down, talking together through the process. And from what I'm hearing, that doesn't sound like that's what happened this time. So I guess I'm just trying to,
I can clarify that. I've been in the room with all three parties.
talking about the actual
And
agreement.
with the Ventura County Museum.
The museum isn't in the space. What I want to know is, did we sit down and talk about the terms of the agreement?
The basic terms, yes.
I mean, we've talked
Yeah.
to the groups.
I mean, these terms were approved in August by the council for Leap Lab,
And
with the hope of getting them in there and their doors open by March.
And although there was discussions with all three groups, the original three groups, they weren't all seeing eye to eye all the time on things either. Like there was just things that we continued to work through. But even though we sat in front and we were talking through items, doesn't mean that everybody saw eye to eye on things. There's a lot of exchanges that go on and a lot of conversations and a lot of, compromising and things that just happen all the time. That's just the nature of how this is going to operate. But that was happening even when the California Oil Museum Foundation was involved. There's just a lot of discussions going on at all the times. And I can't sit here in front of you and tell you that they were always in agreement with each other. It just was the nature of it.
Did you have it?
There's obviously been extenuating circumstances like the weather, the facility not being a par for even habitation. For me, it's an issue of making sure that we're strong at the start of it. In the process, everyone is at least we say, this is what it's going to be when it comes to mediation, and that we don't have to come back and revisit it, and then there's this back and forth. It gets really messy. And with that said, I think it might be best for staff to go and have a conversation regarding the agreement, come back at the next meeting with all parties, and if some parties don't agree, then we'll make that final choice. And with that, I'd say that we table the item.
For a point of clarification, if the council is going to vote to do that, are you suggesting that Leap Lab have a say over this license agreement and that REC has a say over their license agreement? I mean, what's the desired result of the further conversations?
For me, it's timeline. So for instance, if the contract said they were going to move it in March, but there were rains, they had issues with the building itself, the building's responsibility ultimately is the city's. So if we don't fix whatever needs to be fixed on the roof or the window, and those are the things that we should be responsible for before any tenant comes in, because it creates an issue of liability and a public hazard. So for me, it's about ensuring that those basic timelines are reevaluated, because we've had issues with the building itself, because it is an aging building that needs a lot of repair.
But that suggests also stopping the work for Leap Lab. Doesn't that stop their timeline as well? They need work too. They've got to get going as well. We're stopping everything out there over some verbiage.
They didn't put a car.
I mean, I fully support all three entities, that they all be successful, and we do everything we can to get them in and successful, and they all want that. So I don't
think any of us disagree with that, and I don't think that the concerns that we're bringing up have anything to do with not having faith in what they're saying they're going to do, each of them. I think that we just want things to be clear for all parties, and I think that as a council, we talk about transparency and doing things in good faith and all of that, and I'm not saying that good faith is not there. 2 weeks is not very long to just pause for a second. And at the beginning of this, Greg did say that Leap Lab does have concerns. I don't know what those concerns are, if they're new concerns or old concerns, and I'm not to what the city manager said about, are they each gonna be policing over each other's agreement? I don't think that's what we're going for either. I don't think either of them should have a say over what the other one's doing. Ultimately, it should be a city decision. I just feel that obviously there's concern, and I, again, to what Councilmember Cornejo said, I don't think it has to do with not thinking that, or thinking that there's something that's other than good faith in what the parties are offering to us. And the cost and all of that is amazing and wonderful, and I'm excited to see it all. But the language or the small changes that we've talked about, those things happening, and if another conversation has to happen with all three parties in the room to make sure that everyone has an understanding of where their place is, and but together with the city and how everyone's gonna work together. Like you said, they're adults, there's one bathroom, we all have to figure it out. Nothing's gonna be perfect. It's just a pause to make sure that everyone is clear and understands. I think that was my intent in the questions. I don't have, the oil museum is great, and all of what we're talking about is great. There's nothing that I'm gonna take away personally, other than I just wanna make sure we get it right as a council and that we're supporting each of the parties that are gonna be there in this process.
I've seen nothing but support from our staff to make that happen. And it's, a huge effort has been made to work with all parties to make it work. I would ask Director Barnes, do you feel that there's enough confidence? Otherwise, I believe that's why you're bringing it to us tonight, that there's confidence that this will work, and it's.
I wouldn't bring it if I didn't feel confident that this would work.
Thank
I mean, I'm standing before you because I think this is a good solution. Staff has put in a lot of time to try and make this work. We'll continue to work with Leap Lab. I understand about bringing items back. I don't disagree with that. We negotiated a contract with Leap Lab in August, and now they've come back and want amendments to their agreement, and we're willing to sit down and talk with them. So those things happen because we want to be helpful, and we're trying to really serve the community. At the end of the day, a year from now, I hope we have a thriving science center downstairs that's functioning. I hope we have a handle on our content upstairs. I hope the Historical Society has more space and is able to finally exhibit some of their items. I really want us to be, and I know that when we say, well, you know, we can come back in a couple of weeks or a month and do this, that's true, but that does put us behind. And the state of the building is not the only reason that Leap Lab has not been able to move forward at this time. There's been other things, because they approached me prior to anything being issued with rain in the buildings that we've been discussing. So this is, and we talked about this, I mean, probably 4 or 5 years ago, this whole, the Union Oil building, the content, if you remember, you know, 4 years ago, we didn't even know what was going to be the fate of that building. So as much as this is challenging, it's also kind of exciting because we get to actually have conversations about the building. Like, what are we doing? Like, these are good conversations because we didn't have this in our control as a city. Council wasn't able to even make these decisions a few years ago. But we're really in a position, I would not bring this forward if I didn't have confidence that this is workable and that we'll continue to work with the tenants. You know, I'm in constant contact with Leap Lab, have relationships with the Historical Foundation, and, you know, we've been talking to REC for the last 6 months, almost 7 months. This isn't a conversation we started 30 days ago and brought forward. Like, staff's been having conversations with them to work towards this. Are there some things we still need to work out? Yes. But we really, this is also an opportunity for us to help get things moved and help Leap Lab move things along. When we come back to you in a couple of weeks, just to kind of give you a purview a little bit, you know, We're being told that at this point, they might not be able to open until January of 2027, and there's other things that Leap Lab's going to want to bring forward. So the sooner that we can help get things out of the way, sooner we can get the building and some of the roof repairs and things done, the sooner we can get everybody doing what they wanted to do and get the building activated. So thank you for that comment. I do feel confident. I respect whatever decision council makes or guidance you want to provide to staff, obviously. But I do want to let you know from a staff perspective, you know, I wouldn't bring this to you if I wasn't confident that we can make it work.
May I make a couple of comments? Just a couple of thoughts, and I appreciate everybody's insight in this and the perspective through which you're looking through you know, trying to look through what's going on and what's happening. And I can assure you that with respect to the document that we did one turn on the legal document, and we were satisfied with it. We are not going to come back and ask for any changes to the document. I just don't do business that way. We're not going to retrade the document, and we're ready to make a commitment tonight. As far as paying the utilities, that's something we can clearly work out, and it goes 10% to whatever. It was just a calculation that was made, and it's nothing to do with trying to be stingy about it. We're not talking about a lot of money, but the point of this is that we really want to give to this community. We're really, Cal Energy's committed to this community. We have many, many people that work here in Santa Paula, and we're committed to the communities that our employees live in. We don't have a lot of time where we can keep coming back and coming back and coming back. It's just not something I can do. But I do appreciate your decisions, whatever you make. You know, this is going to be a very expensive undertaking for Cal Energy. Or for Responsible Energy Council. Cal Energy is going to contribute to it, but we also want to go out and raise money from the community and from others so people that know what we're doing, and so we can spread out the commitment from other parts, whether it be, you know, the universities that we want to reach out to, whether it be the community members that want to be involved in it. I would also like to grow the collection. We have a lot of people that are part of our friends and friends of our employees and such, that have things that they have from the oil industry that want to give a permanent home to it. So we would be expanding the collection. It's not going to be a political statement. We're not doing that political statement. I've heard this, you know, there was somebody goes, well, it's going to be a political center. And I go, that's not the case. We can't legally do it. But regardless, it's just not what we're going to do. You know, we're here to create a collection, curate a collection, and preserve something through the city, and we're willing to pay for it. It's really, really straightforward. We want some academic people to get involved in it so they're interested in what's going on. But I get a little frustrated because I hear that it's going to be, that there's some other agenda, and it's a really straightforward. Maybe it's, you know, because we just said this is what we want to do. It's in my heart. I want to preserve our industry's history, and I think it's the right thing to do. I've loved this museum since I was young. I know we can't open a museum here, but maybe we can open it at someplace else. We keep the exhibits there. It's a good storage place. It's a good place to take care of stuff. And they can open somewhere else in the town. So that would be the thinking of it. And we want to make sure that we have a place that's safe for it. And we're not worried about the storm damage yet. Yeah, we were up there actually pulling up the carpet. I had our guys go over there helping the city, you know, clean things up. So I'm aware that things go bad. I don't see that there's any litigation that's going to result from any of this. It's just not the way we do business. So I hope you trust that, and I hope that you guys will be ultimately make a good decision for however you feel. We can't keep coming back, but if you guys make the decision, you know, I support whatever you decide.
On the agreement, it says that they're going to start paying 1524. I don't feel comfortable starting an agreement when there's another request from a tenant to delay. It's going to create a mess on a contract. I think ultimately, I'd like to see this come back on February 4th. By that time, what they agree on, we move forward, and we ultimately make a decision on things that they don't agree on. we as a council make that decision. But I don't want to delay it too long just at the next meeting because of these concerns that came up during the time that the staff report was being done for this item. Because we're not going to be in compliance with even some of the terms of this agreement. In particular, they're going to be paying rent, and then they're going to say they're going to start paying rent, they're going to amend it. Let's just do it right. 2 weeks is not going to kill us if we just wait. And ultimately, if there's something of disagreement, Greg, let this council be put on the spot to decide what the ultimate choice would be. But from a public perspective, public safety building, I would not let tenants come in when there's a leaky roof or even them doing any kind of work, because that can create an issue. And so I like I mentioned before, I make a motion to table the item for the next meeting, and I think you have enough information to come back so that we can make the ultimate choice in 2 weeks.
And does that include any other, we would consider all items at the same time?
Package them together.
Okay.
As amended. If
So-
there's a second.
And if another tenant isn't ready to come back at that time because we haven't worked out, I mean, sometimes historically with other tenants, it's taken us back and forth for months to come to terms before we bring it to you. I can't guarantee that's coming back in 2 weeks.
Well, it can't come back in 2 weeks, period.
Right.
I don't know what the
The-
request was, so I can't even speak to it from the other parties.
Well, they're here, if you wanted to hear from them.
So it's an option.
Yeah, all three parties are here tonight, correct?
Yep.
City Manager White, I want to understand the comment of why that can't come back in 2 weeks.
The packet for your next meeting has to be finalized by the middle of next week, and there's not even a meeting set with these groups until then, and all of this would take legal review and staff review. So the very earliest would be the 18th of February. And we were trying to move Leap Labs' request forward because of the March 1st rent payment. So
Are they asking for a delay in the rent payment?
they are.
So it's going to be not in sync.
So would it not be more important to have some rent coming in for that building as soon as we can? If they're similar contracts, almost identical contract terms, would
Why
we
don't
at least
we-
have some revenue?
If they're here and they want to speak, why don't we allow them to speak then?
Leap Up?
Yeah.
Representative?
Or any of the
Mark-
other two
Leap Mark
parties that are here.
Saracen is
I
here.
didn't put in a speaker card, but you can. It's up to the
Well, they're here.
acting mayor.
If either of the other two tenants would like a chance to comment, I think I would entertain them.
Thank you for the chance to speak. The amendments that we submitted, I would need more time to prepare and to explain each of the points. It's a 3-page document, is really explaining in clarity why we're asking for specific amendments. So I asked to come back, maybe after we meet with Greg, James, and Dan about those amendments. I would hope that we can resolve it between the four of us next week, and then come back to you with whatever that decision is. But I would need more time to explain those amendments than right now.
So if they are amendments, would they affect the other contract?
Yes, potentially.
Okay, so it's not just your contract, it's affecting everyone's contract, which is why it could go long.
Would it be helpful, since you both were part of the oil museum process, that,
I wasn't, it was just,
okay. I mean, I like to see that a council member be part of this conversation. So that we come back and then we can support the entire package.
Well, this council person who was on the person on the ad hoc committee, which really isn't that relevant right here, everyone knows the basics behind all of this. I just think we have a bird in the hand that is willing to help us and has the support and is ready to start paying to help support that building, which in the long run was also going to help Leap Lab get in. If it takes, some fine-tuning of contracts later, I don't see that as that unusual. Things like that happen all the time. Oh, it's turning out that the utilities are that much higher. Let's just figure this out and see if any kind of agreement can come of it. But I don't want to set us into something that could end up taking 4 weeks, 6 weeks, when we need the revenue for that building. And we have a willing partner ready to go in and step in and do it. And that, in the long run, is going to help Leap Lab in other ways. Maybe not in the requests, on the requests that you are having with your contract, the changes at this time, but it is still going to benefit Leap Lab to have this other entity come in and help right away with the revenue and the clearing of the artifacts. So I'm just, myself, I would be happy to be a part of the process, but I would prefer to take care of this and approve this lease at this time.
There's obviously an objection from the tenant, existing tenant, that can affect the whole contract that we're about to sign. So again, I believe there's a motion. I made a motion to table the item. It would require a second. And if not, then we continue having conversations. But I think we're pretty clear on the fact that we want to be in sync on an agreement so it doesn't become messy. And I'm not worried about necessarily the funds, because we haven't been making money off that building for how long now? It's going to come. But doing it right and avoiding conflicts that can create mediations, I would.
So maybe could we see if staff can work with the current tenants and the potential lessee for the second weekend or second meeting in February?
I mean, we'll attempt to work towards that. I can't stand here confidently say we'll be back by February 18th with that, because I don't know how those conversations will go. But we'll make every attempt to do that.
Are we able to see if there's council that wants to be consulted if they feel that they need to between now and when that comes back? Are we able to do that tonight? Because there was an ad hoc committee, but it's not fully constituted at the moment.
Yeah, you can appoint somebody to be involved in the negotiations.
If you have one council member that's still on the ad hoc, but it's not a full, with Andy's departure, you're missing that one person.
Is there other interest in helping that process along?
And just recognizing that will slow things down. I'm not discouraging it. If the council wants to have involvement, absolutely. But adding more calendars to the meetings makes it slower, not faster.
I just feel that we need to trust staff to do what they've been doing for years to bring this together. When we put out the RFP, we didn't get a lot of great options, and none of them had much money. This is an entity that actually has the resources to follow through on a contract that's going to help support that building and help the others as well, with the support that they will have for this building. So I just don't see how delaying and renegotiating at this point, when this has been constant work. This has been, if we were to ask how many hours staff has already worked on this, I don't even want to imagine what to get to this point. And to rush something else in the next few days to try and get it by February 4th, I'm not confident. I think that's putting a great burden on staff that's already worked so hard to get to this point. So I would serve, and of course, if you wanted to meet, but I'm reluctant that would help the process.
Due diligence. Sorry, but I'd step up. Why don't we meet Friday afternoon if our schedules align with all the party representatives? Hammer it out let's put on the list what we agree with. If there's things that we don't agree with, we'll separate that, and ultimately, this council will make a decision moving forward so that all parties understand that we're not just putting this on you, we're putting this on us as a city council to ensure that we set the right expectation moving forward.
I can appreciate that, but this isn't a case of bringing all the parties in the room to negotiate all their agreements. Leap Lab has specific agreements to their license agreement that they would like consideration of, which is going to take a separate negotiation. Some of the things they're requesting could affect other tenants. I think that puts the city in an awkward position to have a tenant asking for things that it would affect other tenants. But again, I'm not trying to play the role of council. That's council's decision to make, as you pointed out, Councilmember Chavez. But these are separate negotiations with the tenants. There might need to be some discussions around utilities and things of that nature, but it's not a matter of getting in the room and all talking about all their license agreements. Those are negotiated individually. So that would have to be done at separate meetings respectively, in that instance. There might be some commonalities that we need to talk about, but the license agreements are separate.
And just as a reminder, we're talking about distinct portions of the facility. So there are distinctions.
I think the difference too, if I can point out between, we all remember, bringing the California Oil Museum Foundation together. There was actually an effort to do some programming and share some space amongst the two organizations. That's not the instance here. We're not suggesting that REC do any programming or that they share programming space or any of those things. This is two distinct, obviously your tenants in the same building, you're going to cross paths, you'll see each other, but they're serving two different purposes. The California Oil Museum Foundation was going to be involved in the energy pavilion, if you will, that they're with the rig room and some things like that. We're not proposing that, and I think that's where the difference is this time around, is there's not that commonality of programming or doing those things together. It's different, different purposes in the building, if you will.
So
It sounds to me like we're going to have to bring this back.
well, you need a second to the motion.
Is there a second to the motion to table it and bring it back at the, second week meeting in February?
I'll second it.
Is that the February 18th meeting you're talking about?
Yes.
1 month?
I can make it really simple for you guys. What I really was hoping is that we would have lots of support for our project and for this and for the commitment we were making. I'll just be frank with you guys. While I'm a business guy, I'm also a guy that's has great belief in the communities that we serve, and I'll just say that I'm not feeling it, and so we're going to withdraw our proposal. I don't know what the formal process is, but so that way you guys can work it out. If once you guys figure out where you want to stand on this, and you want to come back with an RFP or something like that, we'd entertain that. But right now, we'll go ahead and step back from this, and then you guys can go ahead and make your decision.
Just procedurally, you'll still need a vote, notwithstanding what was just said.
Attorney, given everything that just happened, what is your,
Well, at this moment, there's no obligation for REC to continue negotiations with us or move forward. Procedurally, the council's at a point where a second is out there, and now is a time for discussion, further discussion, or a roll call.
Is there any further discussion from council? All right, I guess we'll take a roll call.
And just to be clear, a yes vote would be to postpone the item and have it brought back
To the 24th or the 18th?
by the 18th.
Would you like a voice vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Cornejo?
No.
Councilmember Ornelas?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Crosswhite?
Yes.
That will be 3-1, so that passes to table.
All right, we're going to take a couple-minute break while the mayor returns to the room.
Okay. Good evening, we're back. It's 9:31, back from our short recess. We're going on to item number 11A, the 11 public hearing. City Clerk, do we have a verification of posting notice?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Declaration of conflicts, if any?
Mr. Mayor, for perceived conflict of interest, I am going to step out of the room on this issue.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Chavez.
And that is because you are a resident of the Harvest community.
Okay. Thank you. Declaration of ex parte contacts.
Yes, I did meet with them to review the track map and the images of the development.
Very well, thank you. And
As did I.
Okay, Councilmember Cornell, Vice Mayor Crosswhite, and I also met with the participants, so I also want to declare that I had an ex parte contact. Okay, very good. Let's all go ahead and open the public hearing. This will be James Mason, Economic Development Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. To kind of quick overview, what we have before you is a request for adoption of a resolution to approve a vested tentative track map for a project at the Harvest Development. This project, the map did go to Planning Commission several weeks ago, right before the end of the year. And you have before you some of the track changes. There were some changes that were made to the conditions of approval between Planning Commission and Council that needed to be revised. And so those are before you. The other thing is this evening we have David Lalletta, Spencer Bogner, and Tim Kim from the development company will be able to answer any questions. But Daniela Bonella is with M&S Engineers. She's a senior planner with them, and she's been the lead on this project. So she'll be presenting this tentative map.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, I'm Mayor Juarez, Vice Mayor Crosswhite, members of the City Council, staff, and constituents of the City of Santa Paula. My name is Daniela Bonilla, Senior Planner with M&S Engineering, and here on behalf of the city's planning department. This presentation is focused on a development submitted by LLCB2, who is formally requesting that the City Council consider adopting Resolution number 7600, which would approve project number 2025-TM-01 for vesting tentative track map number 6091. The approval of the TTM number 6091 would allow for the development of a 298 residential condominium development on parcels totaling 17.96 acres, subject to conditions of approval. As shown on the upper left image there, this project, which is outlined in red, is located on the southerly side of the East Area 1 project zone and is zoned Halleck Center.
Daniela, were you going to share your screen for that particular PowerPoint?
Yes, I'm sorry, are you able to see it? Okay.
No.
Apologies.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. 1 second. Okay, so this is slide 2, and as you can see here, here's the actual development proposed, which has 298 residential condominium units on parcels totaling 17.96 acres. As you can see here in the upper left image, the project, which is outlined in red, is located on the southerly side of the East Area 1 project zone and is zoned Halleck Center District. The East Area 1 specific plan regulates all development in this project zone. So the project is primarily surrounded by land zone CL1, Commercial Lighting District, to the south and west of the project, as shown here. And there is also a small area zoned R1, residential single family, above the railroad and Texas Lane, which is also adjacent to the project site. As Mr. Mason was saying, in late November of 2025, design review approval was issued for this project. As a reminder, the East Area 1 specific plan gives the planning director authority to administratively approve design review applications, which is why the approval of the design review portion of this project is not on your agenda for consideration. The overall design of the Independence at Harvest and Luminera project proposes to construct 298 residential condo units, with 268 of those units designed as duplexes, 12 as townhomes, 12 as live-work units, and 6 as mixed-use units. As mentioned in the staff report, the units range from 1,176 square feet to 2,108 square feet in size. The project will also have 7 common buildings and various amenities that consist of things like a fitness center, mail rooms, pool, kids park, barbecues, etc. In total, the project will have approximately 3,848 square feet of commercial space within the mixed-use portion of the development and 2,510 square feet of office space within the live-work portion of the development. After design review approval was granted, this project was presented to the Planning Commission in December 2025, where they recommended that the City Council approve the resolution for VTTM number 6091, which is shown here in the following slide. So vesting tentative tract map number 6091 would allow for the creation of 298 residential units, condo units, I should say, as previously described, and 10 lettered lots A through J for private streets and landscaping on 3 previously existing lots, 1 through 3 and parcel A. The creation of the condominium units triggered the requirement that VTTM number 6091 be reviewed and approved by both the Planning Commission and the City Council, which is why this project has been brought before you today. This slide contains a high-level breakdown of staff's analysis and review findings, which recommends approval of project number 2025-TM01 for vesting tentative tract map number 6091. The project request is consistent with the East Area 1 specific plan for the Halleck Center District, which allows for residential development. The proposed configuration of this project is in substantial conformance with regulations set forth by the East Area 1 specific plan, which includes things like setback, height, landscaping, and parking requirements, etc. The request is also consistent with both the Subdivision Map Act and the City's Subdivision Ordinance, which requires that all proposed subdivision maps conform to the general plan, any specific plan, and zoning district regulations. Pursuant to Section 15162 of the California Environmental Quality Act, approval of project number 25TM-01 does not require a subsequent or supplemental environmental impact report because the project will not result in any new significant impacts or any substantial increase in severity of the significant impacts already identified in the 2008 certification and the 2015 East Area 1 specific plan as amended through addendum number 4. Since the proposed project has been found to be consistent with the analysis presented in addendum number 4 and pursuant to State CEQA Guidelines Section 15162, no subsequent analysis is required at this time. Therefore, staff believes that the findings necessary for approval of VTTM number 6091 for condominium purposes can be made. In conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council adopt resolution number 7600, which would approve vesting tentative tract map number 6091, a subdivision of 1 lot that would provide for 298 residential condominium units and 10 lettered lots A through J for streets and landscaping, subject to any condition modifications brought forth by the City Council at this time. Like Mr. Mason had mentioned, you do have some of the conditions proposed in resolution number 7600 have been modified since the meeting packets were first distributed, and you should have them in your position now. So this essentially concludes the presentation. Thank you for your time, and I'm available with staff to answer any questions you may have.
Anything else from staff as far as presentation, Mr. Mason?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any public comments, Madam Clerk?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay, then we will close the public hearing, and now we open it up to discussion. Council?
The only question I was having is trying to understand what area we were talking about. But my confusion was that it was closer to the 126. And so I asked Vice Mayor Crosswhite, isn't there something being built there already? But I had to look at Google Maps to make sure I understood what area we were talking about. That was my only question.
Yeah, so just to follow up on that, because the map that we have is just of the actual development, if we could just clarify for the public, because I did see some chatter online that folks were confused as to where this parcel was that was being proposed for the tentative trap map. So if we could just explain that it is inside the Harvest development, that it's, if you could just explain where that sits in there.
This project lies between what's kind of the Texas Lane neighborhood along the railroad tracks and is directly south of the regional park. So it's on Santa Paula Street, on the corner of Santa Paula Street and Halleck, within Harvest, directly across the street from the new sports park. And it runs along Santa Paula Street to Santa Paula Creek. So that's kind of the two ends of the project.
So essentially, the bridge that's being built is going to go right into that,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
That's,
Yeah.
okay.
And coincidentally, the Red Tail project, which is under construction across Telegraph, which is on the other side, is also 298 units. So it can be confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And another thing, maybe for the public to understand, my concern when I asked a question to Vice Mayor Crosswhite was, all of those houses, I know it as Tijuanitas, like all the houses that are on Telegraph, when you pass that bridge by Spirit, and before you get to Halleck, I thought those were gonna be gone. So I just wanna, for the public, to understand that none of those houses are being touched in this development we're talking about. It is all in the Harvest property, not affecting any of the existing homes that are still standing in that area there. Just because it was a concern I had.
Correct. Thank you.
So, whenever something like this comes up, I usually drive up and take a look at it. And so just so people can kind of get a idea where it is, the road that's on the right side of the map, that's Halleck Drive coming right up out of the freeway. And it, intersects into the sign that, delineates the area. When you make a left turn, it's interesting, but that's where the development starts from Halleck. And it follows along the south side of what was going to be a development of possibly, the college and schools and stuff. But then when you get to the west, and that's where you get to the park. To follow up with what Councilmember Nella said, when you get to the west end of that, or the left side of the map, that's where you get to the bridge. And right now, that's where we have the one emergency egress, which goes from the Santa Paula Street, or just the left side of that map. And it's an emergency exit down by Texas Lane, Tijuanita, and then ends up onto Main Street. So and then of course the road on the bottom is Telegraph Road that turns into Harvard Boulevard and Main Street. So it's a pretty big development. So it's pretty ambitious, and it can be confusing with Red Tail. So, but thank you for that. If there's no more comments or questions, I thank the developers and the presenter. Daniela, thank you for your presentation this evening. I guess I would entertain a motion on this.
It was brought to, I know it was said already. There was a reason this was brought to council already. Tonight, right?
For the tentative map for this project, it needs to be, it's a condo-type project, and basically, we're taking 4 lots and combining to be able to make this project work. And that's really the gist of why we're here.
And these will be all rental properties or for sale?
Correct. They'll all be rental, and as mentioned, have its own facilities. It will have a clubhouse and pool and, space within, open space within this development, and retail.
And each unit will have its own parking
Yes.
in the unit?
In fact, most of them, I believe all of them have garages. Yes.
And will it be like similar to the other spaces? The amenities that are in here will only be for the people who live in the space?
Correct.
Okay, I think I'm done.
Motion from Councilmember?
I'll make the motion. Wait, do we have to read something?
The number 3, on the, you have to open the public hearing, 2, consider the evidence, and then 3 is what you move for adoption.
I read the whole thing?
Yes.
So I'll make the motion to adopt resolution number 7600 to adopt project number 25-TM-01 for vesting tentative tract map number 6091 to merge a subdivision of 3 existing lots, lots 1 through 3, and parcel A into 1 lot that would allow for the development of 298 residential condominium units, 6,358 square feet of retail or office space, 7 common buildings, and 10 lettered lots, A through J, for private streets and landscaping, subject to the conditions of approval.
And then, do these amendments, this is for this, correct?
Oh,
That's right, so it'd be as amended.
as amended.
I'll second.
All right, so it's been moved by Councilmember Nellis, seconded by Vice Mayor Crosswhite. Is there any discussion? All right, if there's seeing no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much for your presentation and your time. Thank you online there. Jaren, I'm sorry, Newsman. I'm sorry, no. Danielle.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening, everyone.
Thank you very much. All right.
You're welcome.
All right, sorry about that. Let's go on to 12 action items. 12A is Spirit of Santa Paula Harvard Shelter Operating Agreement.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we bring back Councilmember Childs back in? Thank you. Welcome back, Councilmember Chavez. Okay, we're going to move on to action item number 12A, Spirit of Santa Paula Harvard Shelter Operating Agreement. This is going to be presented by Jane Mason, Community and Economic Development Director. Mr. Mason?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So you have before you an operating agreement between the city and Spirit of Santa Paula, which is basically a requirement of the broader financial operating agreement we have between Fillmore, the County of Ventura, and the city. And in the financial agreement that we entered into to provide funding to the Spirit of Santa Paula, there's a requirement for an operating agreement between the city and the Spirit of Santa Paula that defines and kind of underscores some of the responsibilities, operating requirements, and performance requirements that are identified within the financial agreement. So I'm going to kind of go through just really a quick overview. As I said, City and Spirit is the operations, and the shelter, as you well know, is to address homelessness and supportive services for people at risk of homelessness. Shelter location, 1498 East Harvard. It's a permanent year-round homeless shelter, originally opened as an emergency shelter, winter shelter, and is now a permanent home year-round shelter. The initial term of this agreement is from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026. We did have a prior operating agreement that was a 2-year agreement from 2023 to 2025. This one is a one-year agreement as we look and analyze their funding structure and what support will be needed to move forward. One other term in the agreement is that there can be termination for any material breach in that agreement or the agreement, the financial agreement, but there is a cure period, so they have the opportunity to remedy if there's any discrepancy between operation and what the requirements are. Funding parties, again, City of Santa Paula, City of Fillmore, County of Ventura. This is the funding structure of the funding agreement, just as background, because it's kind of the lens that we look through for this operating agreement. The maximum fiscal year funding is capped at $700,000, and monthly base operating is capped at $62,133. And the reason we say it's capped, it's based on, again, performance, and I'll talk about those performance objectives, and then it's also based on what they provide as far as invoices on their operations. There's certain operations that would not be classified as reimbursable. So if they're related to behavioral health or they have other funding sources that are associated with that. The payment condition, shelter must be fully operational, payments to be processed within 30 days of documentation, and the funding is subject to the operator compliance and reporting, as I had mentioned before. Payments to the shelter are current, and staff is working with the operator on the current billing cycle. So up until last year, we're working on this current cycle, and we have paid the shelter, and then we are reimbursed by Fillmore and the county. The county also has a reserve fund, $750,000, and that's for emergency repairs or essential facility needs. If something, an emergency arises, that they have that as a backstop. And the city submits draw requests with documentation based on what Spirit would give in that situation. So the shelter operator responsibilities to operate the shelter consistent with the funding agreement goals, to employ staff that's qualified and comply with labor laws, and that they maintain records and submit accurate reports. This is consistent with the other two shelters within the county in Thousand Oaks and Oxnard, I'm sorry, three, Thousand Oaks, Oxnard, and Ventura. And that's the other thing that's kind of important about this. Both operating agreements and the financial agreements are reviewed by the county because the county's involved in all of those. So there's a requirement for there to be uniformity between all the cities and their agreements. Insurance requirements, general liability insurance, $2 million per occurrence, $4 million aggregate. Auto liability insurance, that's any single incident, $1 million, and workers' compensation per California law. And then one thing that has been added is all funding sources are included within insurance requirements and also included within indemnification. And the shelter operator indemnifies the city and the other two funding sources and covers claims arising from shelter operations and survives termination of an agreement. And then the general provisions of this agreement are, again, compliance with all laws and regulations, and it's important, records retention and audit rights of those records. Right now, our next step is working with, there's some standardization that the county has as far as process and a review of performance that we need to get together with them and be on the same page with all the other shelter operators in other cities as far as what their requirements are for providing information. And obviously, governing laws, State of California and Ventura County as the venue, that those are the laws that apply. So I wanted to put in just the major changes from the last agreement that we had. And as I mentioned before, it expands the enforceable rights to the county and the city of Fillmore. The last agreement we had just had the city involved, but because they are also funding sources and there's liability associated with that, those rights, we're all partners in this agreement. And it expands those indemnification obligations also. Reimbursement is tied to performance requirements and allowed operational costs, as I previously mentioned, within the funding MOU. The next steps are for council to approve this agreement that's before you, and execution by the parties. That would be signatures by the county, by the city and Spirit, and then continued coordination with the funding parties. And that kind of segues into the last item, which is, you'll see that in the staff report and in the agreement, that there's a reevaluation of the operating and funding needs by April 2026 to review the commitments for the next year and what, so that's collectively everyone coming to the table by April to define what, really to look backwards at what this year looked like and what does the future look like as far as funding. I kind of whipped through that, but I can answer any questions, and Kay Wilson Bolton's here also.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Mason. Questions from council? Councilmember Cornell?
Director Mason, how is the reimbursement going at this time? In the past, we've had some delays and problems on payments. I know this is, we're kind of doing an agreement that began some time ago, and we're already in it, halfway through or more than halfway through. Has it been functioning properly reimbursement-wise as far as that, so that they're getting the funding they need when they need it?
We have done the reimbursement to date. There's another piece to that, and that's the invoicing to the county and Fillmore to basically pay us back. And that's our next step.
Director Ramirez, I think you wanted to.
I do. I do want to clarify that finance has taken a more involved role this year. And the county has been very collaborative with both Spirit and the city and Fillmore in preparing Spirit to submit things in the way that they need it submitted. There was one, not a hiccup, but in the interest of providing Spirit with funding that was needed immediately, finance always does a next day check, which we don't normally do. So as soon as we got the okay from the county that they had the invoices that they needed, we cut the check. However, the county had not yet reviewed. So in the future, county has committed to a quick turnaround review, and then we will be cutting the check to Spirit. We're hoping to have everything done within, a 30-day period, if not less. So moving forward, much more efficient compared to what we had in the past, but there are going to be some changes.
I appreciate that, thanks.
And one thing to add to that, I think Ms. Ramirez alluded to it, and that's that we do need to get with the county on what their process and what their requirement is, so that hiccup, we don't end up in that same situation.
And then, if I may, I have actually a question for Spirit, if you wouldn't mind. When we got the report a little over a year ago from Ms. Wilson Bolton, we spoke at the time and since about the numbers of people that you serve. So I'd like to be kind of reminded of how many you serve. That's a question, and then another point after. So, and how full is your operation?
Well, we are full. We have 57 beds, and just today we took in a family living in their car with a newborn and a 1-year-old in their car here in Santa Paula. So let's see, through December 1st, we had 104 unduplicated people. So with 58 beds, or 57 beds, people are coming in and then going out. We've had almost 25 people permanently housed. Just today, we got keys for a man named Angel, who's been homeless for 12 years, Santa Paula, born and raised, and he got his keys today. So it's baby steps. One thing in the agreement that concerns me, and Dan and James have been great with the county advocating for us. They've been kind of tough on us, but they're trying to be uniform, as James said, throughout all of their contracts. And they want 75% of our population permanently housed. That is just not possible. We're probably at 38%, and with 2 case managers doing the best we can. So I think on a performance review, we'll demonstrate we're doing the best we can. And with all these new developments and the affordable housing components being built into them, it's going to make a huge difference in our ability to move people into permanent supportive housing. So 104 people have housing. We had 3, now we're at 4 newborns this year, and we had 19 children. Total rest men and women, all ages, from 1-year-old at Christmas time to an 81-year-old celebrating both birthdays. So it's a heavy load to know all of this and carry it, because you see kind of a lot of misery, but thanks to you and staff being so supportive of us, Christy has just really turned our comfort zone around, making sure that the payments are made. Dan and James really advocating for the work being done here to the county and to Fillmore. It's made a big difference. So it's sort of turned the corner into being fun again.
So, right now, we're doing the annual point-in-time count of homeless. We won't have the results, I understand, for a couple, 3 months or so for those stats. By this is probably anecdotal perhaps, I don't know how studied it could be, how the numbers had reduced somewhat last year, homeless, by the point-in-time count in our city. What is your sense, at least? Is there an increase? Is it pretty stable? And I know that I'm not asking for exact scientific, but what's your feel for that?
I don't think it's increased. We have a different kind of homeless person now. It's families and it's seniors. There was a time when it was all the street people and people at the river who were willing to give it a try. But the face of homelessness has changed a lot, and I believe it's due to food insecurity and it's due to high rents. And we're just seeing so many people living in cars with a newborn. How do you do that? And that's not the first one we've had this year.
And my last question is it still true that the Harvard facility is the only one that accepts children in the county? Is that
Yes.
still the case?
Yes, well, like ours, yes. There's a lighthouse that's women and children, but for emergency year-round shelter, yes, we're the only one. And dogs. We have, I don't know, 6 or 7 dogs right now. But you tell a person who's homeless on the street, they have to leave their dog outside so they can come in, they won't do it. And I'm not going to ask them to. We've been really lucky because it's leashes and it's, they've been nice dogs. We've turned away a couple of breeds that are unpredictable for everybody's sake, but kids and dogs, yeah.
Okay, thank you, appreciate everything.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kane. More questions? Councilmember Chavez?
It was mentioned before that there was potential partnership of rescue mission. How is that going?
We have an MOU with them. They want to make it effective July 1, and I've told them I'm not willing to wait that long. If they're interested in working with us, we can do a 90-day due diligence, and they'll be coming to you, obviously, for some discussions. Mercy House is very interested, and so they're kind of our fallback if, it doesn't work out with Rescue Mission, but they're very interested. We've had several meetings, and we do have the MOU. Both entities, I will tell you, will look to you for a 3 to 5 year funding agreement. They're not going to work, from what they've said, year to year, due to the uncertainty that comes with a changing council that may not love homeless people and the problems that go with that. So that's kind of on the table for constant consideration.
And how is the grant development piece?
Well,
in particular, Prop 1 funds that are aimed for homelessness?
oh, okay, well, I can do that one. Spirit has joined with Dignity Moves, the Housing Authority, to apply for $15 million for a facility here in town to take care of people who are homeless and struggling with addictions. And so that would be a 40-some bed facility. We've identified the property. It's through BCHIP, Prop 1, Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program. And that would get a lot of people off the street. And it's a rehabilitation center with case management, and Gold Coast Health has agreed to partner with us. So that's a big deal for the community, and they were supposed to award by November 28th, and they delayed it because there's so many applications, so they're really narrowing down the scrutiny for each one, so that's a possibility. The motel across the street from us is in escrow with an option agreement with Hope to Homes, who are the two men who were with many mansions and now left to form their own. So that would provide about 45 transitional housing units that would clear the shelter. So a lot of work being done by us. We kind of do it quietly because you get people excited when they think things are going to happen that may impact them, but the homeless issue already impacts them. And our community is better because of the work you've provided us funding to do. So thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Wilson. Thank you. Director Ramirez, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, I did. I wanted to clarify the logistics of payment from what I said earlier. I know logistics is everyone's favorite thing, but I do think it's important for transparency, for communication to council, and to say this in a public setting. When I said that we wouldn't be reimbursing Spirit until the county approves, we're only submitting to the county once every 3 months, and Spirit is hopefully getting paid once a month. So in theory, we could pay Spirit 2 months, and then on the third month, the county could review something and say those costs are not eligible. In that case, Spirit is aware that part of that money that is not eligible would need to be refunded. Otherwise, the city would be liable for expenses that we're not getting reimbursed for. The hope is that that never happens. The county is working very closely with Spirit so that they know exactly what can be submitted, both on this and on the next, and maybe even the next one. They're taking a lot of their time to make sure that we, both as the city, before we approve that payment, that monthly payment, and Spirit, what they're submitting is what they're gonna approve at the end of the day. But I wanted to just be very transparent that there is that little bit of a loophole, so we're gonna do everything that we can to avoid that.
There is another little loophole, if I could, and that is we did not anticipate rising costs. Our workman's compensation insurance bill just went from $72,000 to $89,000, and our fire insurance went from $6,000 to like $15,000. So those costs are not eligible within that cap unless somebody sees the wisdom of helping us pay those bills.
And I think that may have been a conversation while we were in the midst of not negotiations, but the contract agreement. But at that point, the limitations of Fillmore was 150, the limitations of the city was 200, and the county was going to match that. So the 700 was the max. But
right. But we didn't take into account rising costs. So we'll see.
All right.
So
thank you, Kay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Could I introduce my board president,
Of course.
Mary Ruiz? Yeah. She gave me this assignment.
Any other questions? The only question that I have is, per this agreement, there's reporting that, is forwarded by Spirit. Did that go to both the city of Santa Paula, the county, and Fillmore, or is that just now being provided to those three entities?
The reporting comes to the city, is supposed to come to the city, and then that's our conversation with the county and Fillmore. Specifically, the county they're the oversight on what the requirements are. And two things. One is what funding and invoicing is eligible, and that they're in alignment with their performance measures, 4 out of 5. And Kay mentioned one, that the challenge of getting 75% of people into housing. But again, that's a big change with the amount of housing infrastructure that's going in. There was no place for people to go, even if we wanted to be able to help them get someplace. And in the next 18 months, that's going to be a big shift.
Well, thank you. If there's no other questions, then someone would like to make a motion.
I would move that we authorize the city manager to execute an operating agreement in substantially the form submitted with the Spirit of Santa Paula for the operation of the Spirit of Santa Paula Harvard Shelter located at 1498 East Harvard Boulevard in accordance with the requirements of the joint funding agreement between the City of Fillmore, Ventura County, and the City of Santa Paula.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Vice Mayor Crosswhite, seconded by Councilmember Chavez. Any additional?
Just a comment, Mayor?
Yes.
I'm just really happy to see that we've come as far as we have and that things seem to be moving more smoothly in terms of making sure that the payments are happening and the reimbursements are happening. And so I'm just really pleased to see that that seems to be working better than it had been.
Any comments or discussion? And Councilmember Cornejo, thanks for bringing that up, the question about the funding and the accurate, or the timeliness of it. So, okay, with that, it's been moved and seconded. No discussion, no more discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, it passes. Thank you very much. We're going to move on now to item number 12B, consideration of temporary labor agreements for augmented city services. And let me see here. And that's presented by our City Manager, Denzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll get things kicked off, but this is a request that actually came about from Vice Mayor Crosswhite back in the fall, and it's taken us a little bit to find the room to get it to you. The concept is working to possibly secure outside labor agreements that would allow the city to have access to, I don't know if it would always be kind of on-call labor, but it would be to secure the help of outside laborers, either in times of emergency, times of disaster. That could also mean loss of employees, if there's an exodus or a departure or an illness that rips through the town. We've seen such things like that before, and would then give us that, like I said, that kind of on-call service. I'll let Vice Mayor talk more about the agreement and the opportunity for council to determine if you want to move forward, but I would just point one other thing out. When this request was made, it was before the adoption, passage, and signing of AB 339, which went into effect on January 1st. Your city attorney can explain a little bit more of what that does, but it does require us, at a minimum, to let our labor groups know of the intention and work with them. So it's, it's a wrinkle in the process, if you will. But with that, I'll turn it over either to.
Yeah, I did want to supplement that a bit more because there are exceptions depending on the nature of the work. And that would not require the written notice to labor unions. So depending on what we're trying to outsource work for, it could be exempted from that requirement.
So Mayor, I just want to say a couple of things. So the first thing is, this isn't in any way, one thing, okay, thing one, it's been a long night. Part of the only thing we're asking tonight is to allow staff to look into the feasibility of this, so that they can direct, because I can't, as an individual council member say, oh, I want you to go look and see if we could even do this. So this is really, let's look into the feasibility. I have shared that there are other places that have done it. Obviously, we would be working, in coordination with SEIU, because that is our bargaining unit that they would be working with. And so really the idea would be, you need some temporary help you've got folks out sick, you need an extra hand. It's not in any way meant to supplant current employees. It's really you need, we have on-call agreements for other things. It's kind of a similar idea, only, as we start to try to ramp up streets work, or we try to, we need people to help with various skilled labor-related things. It's really to look into the possibility of having some folks that could help us with those things. And again, it would be done looking into it would be done in conversation, obviously, with our current employees, make sure that they are comfortable with it. They'd be the ones that would be working with any folks that came in on a temporary basis on an as needed. So it's really just saying, can staff look into whether or not this is feasible?
Go ahead, Councilor Murphy now.
Did you bring this because we have a need, or someone stated that we have a need for those services, or did someone offer that service and then you thought, well, maybe we should look into it?
It was something that I learned was done. Agora Hills has done it. I served with them on other boards also. But it's something that I've learned that has worked in other places, and I just thought maybe since we have other agreements, that this could be something that we could also consider and see if it would be something that would benefit our city. So I just thought I would have us consider looking into that.
Other questions or comments?
As part of the discovery of how this would be implemented, we determined what classifications would be, I guess, subject to this collaboration? How would that play out? For instance, public works. We want to speed up some projects on streets, right? Most of our public works is contracted out anyways, to the extent, right? We don't really do much of our street work, pothole repair, that kind of stuff. But let's say we had a mudslide emergency, and we don't have enough capacity. What would trigger, how would this be triggered?
Well, it's a fair question. That's why I say, I think most of it would be emergency-oriented, not something that's just routine, because we wouldn't have the budget set aside to suddenly just start spending money on extra help. So that would have to be examined on a case-to-case basis. But your point's a good one. I mean, at least when it comes to street work, our crew is primarily a maintenance crew. They don't do paving or some of the heavier infrastructure.
I don't know if this is appropriate, but I do see some members of LIUNA, the union here. Could you give, not a lot, but an example or two of the type of work or situation where those services were needed or provided?
Yeah, in other cities.
Can you give us your name, sir, please?
Yeah, my name is Guillermo Ceja. I'm president of Local 585.
Thank you.
And, these agreements that we have are throughout other cities down south. And the way they use it is for, like you said, emergency work, traffic control, sidewalk repair, all the work that is done in our scope. That's what they utilize our labor for. And when the project's done, the guys come back to our hiring hall list and get ready for the next call out. So that's a service that we would like to offer the city. If you have any extra work or emergency work, God forbid, we're here for that. During other disasters like the Thomas Fire, we had our guys who are already trained to be out there in that element and to work, and that was instrumental on getting everything up and running for the cleanup to start. And since then, we've done other fires down in LA where we would send our members out there to go and assist that cleanup project. So there's a wide variety of work that we can get into, and get done. But yeah, most of it is emergency stuff.
All right, thank you. Did that answer your question?
It did.
Thank you. Any
Appreciate
other
it.
questions
Thank you.
for Representative? Thank you. So my question would be kind of twofold. It's always good to have a contingency plan. You know, we have staff here that is taking care of the day-to-day operations. Something happens, an illness, an injury, maternity, whatever. The work needs to get done. So I think it's a good idea, good concept to do that. We just finished negotiations. Is this something that would have to go a reopener, or how does that work as far as MOU?
So my understanding is you'd have to reopen those negotiations, and, but there are periods to do that. So I would have to also consult with a labor attorney to really give you a detailed answer.
Okay, I mean, we certainly don't want to infringe on the rights of our employees, so yeah, if it's something we have to do a reopener, then obviously to get their input on it. The next question that comes up is, how do we get the funding for these personnel that we hire? Do we have a budget somewhere, or?
No, I think it really is case by case.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, if there was a CIP project and we needed some extra help, there might be funding that's been set aside, and it's just a different source of labor. If it's a natural disaster, we often are eligible for FEMA reimbursement.
Is that something within your purview as city manager, an authorization to spend money like that?
It can be if it's during a declared emergency.
Okay.
But that would be the only exception.
Okay, other than that, it would have to come before a decision for funding?
Right.
Okay. All right. Of course, sir.
Mayor.
Your name, sir?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Your name?
My name's Jose Garcia.
Thank you.
I also am a representative for La Una. It's just having an extra workforce at hand without having to set out a contract in an emergency. You can call the local, we need 15 guys ASAP, we get them together, instead of you having to put an RFP out or a contract, having to wait, you know, and so it's kind of like, we would be like an approved contractor for the company, something like that. Sorry,
Yeah.
yeah, so it's just a labor pool, and it's available to you with no
Cost.
no cost.
Yeah.
Yeah, so until you use it, you have to pay for it. But until then, we're there for you. And like Bill was mentioning, our members, not only do we have over 300 here in the city of Santa Paula, and 2 kids that are members and proud of it. We're here, we're local people, we're part of this community, and we're ready to serve our community. You know, it's skilled labor, first of all. We're not labor ready. We're not people, you know, nothing against them, but we are fully trained. We have a training school in Azusa that's accredited by the state. All our instructors are accredited. The certification Bill was talking about for fires and stuff is HAZWOPER. You have to have a HAZWOPER certification just to get on that job. And that requires a yearly recertification. And people don't usually have it. Our members will go get it if they don't have it. And we train in-house. So no cost to you guys. We will have people ready for any circumstance that make him, not any, but most. And I say that because the labor's union, we're the most diverse union out there. We cover more scopes of work than any other union. Electricians cover electricity, da-da-da, I don't want to name call, but we cover a lot of different scopes in our agreements. So it leaves you the ability and the freedom to wherever you need us. You know, water diversion, mud diversion. I could just, a special event where you need people to set up traffic, clean up after, to help city people, da-da-da. So it's just another firearm in your arsenal to have.
A tool.
A tool. Thank you. I'm tired. I was in a meeting till 11:30 in Moreno Valley last night, so I'm running on fumes. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you guys know that, and know that the trades, we are the
Backbone.
where we pick up where schools drop off. Where our high school people aren't able to go to school or don't have the ability or grades to go to college, they come to us. And we make community members. We make them great taxpayers. You know, we train our people. By you engaging with us, you'd also engage in apprenticeship. Apprenticeship is so important, and it's required on public works projects and stuff. Well, that's besides the point. But I just wanted to make sure that you guys know that we are a part of this community. I've lived in Santa Paula my whole life, you guys know, and I love it. Had a chance to move many a times, and I won't. They tell me, what do you love about Santa Paula? It's quiet.
All right.
It's peaceful.
Thank you very much
So,
for your
just
comments.
to let you know.
Chief Williams, I saw that sparked your attention for a second. Did you just look up, or do you have anything you want to add? Okay, very good, thank you.
The motion?
Anything, yeah, is this just a direction to direct staff? How's the council feel? Everybody in agreement to redirect it to staff to come back with research?
And timeline, potentially, because that might affect the labor negotiation or reopening them.
And maybe also contact the referred cities and see how it functions with them, what their process is, rather than reinvent it ourselves, so.
Is that enough information, Mr. Singer? Very good. All right, thank you very much for your input. Thank you very much for your time, gentlemen. Okay. Yes, thank you. Okay, that's 12B. We're going to move on to 12C. Yes, a review of city council recognition policy. See that?
Mr. Mayor, this might be a good time to just do a check-in, since your meeting policies is that if you're going to go past 10:30, that we need I think it's a 4/5 vote of the council.
All right, would somebody like to make a motion to extend the meeting past 10:30? Or not?
Choice? So that you don't have to carry over anything on the agenda, I would make that motion.
Okay, so we have moved to carry on past 10:30. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, the only request that I would have is that maybe we consider just sort of doing a look at this last item, and then maybe just if there's stuff that we want staff to come back with, either at a study session or a meeting, but just that we kind of just try to touch on this last item.
Sure. Very good. Okay, so moved in second, moved by Councilmember Cornejo and seconded by Councilmember Ornelas. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, let's go past 10:30. And Mr. Singer? And I think that might be a good segue into just an overview and see if the council's okay with maybe a future study session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This request was made during the time we were doing all the workshops with council on the procedural guidelines, that since we're reviewing the council guidelines, it'd be appropriate to also revisit the city's recognition policy. The policy's only been in effect for 2.5 years, and so we've kind of been road testing it, if you will. And I've identified in the staff report some, maybe fairly obvious areas where we have kind of had practices that haven't been spelled out in this policy. Not that they have to be, it's really at the council's discretion. An example would be when you decide to adjourn a meeting in someone's honor, would you want some criteria as to who that should be, or is it okay that any council member just can offer up a name? Or if you're doing recognition of businesses, we've had a number of solicitations from businesses about recognizing them. There's not really specific mention of those kinds of milestones in our policy. Should that be included or should it be excluded? And then finally, this last year, Councilmember Chavez as acting mayor, did kind of a more attractive certificate to give to people than our kind of standard drier one. It was a little more appealing, especially to youth or members of the community. Kind of called it the Mayor's Awards, but there's no recognition in your policy for having Mayor's Awards. It doesn't say you can't. It doesn't have criteria for how you would do that. So we brought this back before you to consider whether there's, whether it's time to do some amending. And that could either be discussed at a study session, or we could bring it back on a lighter agenda so that it's not at 10:30 at night when people are a little fresher. And
We have to go to Sacramento.
and you and I have to leave in about 6 hours. Yeah.
How much time do you think you would need for this? I'd say at least an hour.
Hour and a half.
Hour. So,
I would point out, a lot of the policy has been helpful and has been working. So this doesn't, I don't think this needs to be an overhaul. It's about fine tuning.
because there's even the part about the mayor has discretion, but then if he or she needs an opinion, he or she can go to the vice mayor. And then again, if they can't come to a consensus, they can go to the entire council. But if you had something spelled out with criteria, sure would make it a lot easier.
Yeah.
Just years ago, you serve on the city council, and you don't get a city tile. You spend 4 years of your life here, but our policy said you have to be here 5 years, so you have to run a second term to get a tile.
Right.
So we changed that, and that's just a little bit of an honor to serve here.
Yeah.
So, and it's those little things that mean a lot to people and means a lot to employees, and that's why we do our recognition for our employees, milestones. So, yeah. It is, go ahead.
I was just going to say guidelines and policy just make it easier for us to say yes or no, as opposed to leaving it so subjective that feelings can be hurt or. Sorry. You got it. Anyway, he gives you the chance.
Would it be the preference then to do it at a study session?
How does the council feel?
Yes.
Well, you made them. Sure, no, absolutely. And, it's not urgent, but I think sooner than later would be best, just so that we, because then after that, it has to obviously go into effect, so,
Yeah.
so.
It would be at least March. We have 2 study sessions in February already.
Yeah, that would be fine.
So, great. I'll plan to, if that's the consensus, I'll plan to re-agenda.
And, in the absence of a policy, there's a standing, what do you call it, past practice of a mayor's recognition. If something comes up that this council feels is appropriate, then, in the absence of that policy, we can certainly consider it. And that's just any council member that thinks of anybody in the community that is deserving of that, just let Vice Mayor Wright know.
And then just the only question that I had was, just to be clear, are we wanting staff to bring back suggested language for the areas that are here, or are we going to discuss what that language might look like at the study session?
Well, I think that, instead of reinventing the wheel, I think there's other cities that may have things in place. I don't think it would take much to see what other cities do.
Your
Not the way-
policy was based on some research, but we could gladly do a little further digging.
I mean, we don't want to spend a whole lot of time, because
No, but I
obviously it'll be our decision.
Right, but I guess I was just thinking it might be helpful if we had at least something to look at so that we can have one study session and then hopefully be able to adopt a final document instead of having a study session and then we have the language and then we end up spending a long time. I think that would just be helpful. I think as long as we're all sort of in agreement, some language around these general areas, then I think that if we could have something to look at as kind of a rough example, then we can do some fine tuning, have some discussion, and then finalize.
Okay. Is that enough direction, Mr. Singer?
Yeah, I would just say that, there's some aspects, because this is really entirely the council's purview. These are ceremonial things, so we can offer suggestions, but I'm going to pull short of making recommendations or offering language that marries you to, one direction or another.
Okay.
I mean, I think because it'll be a study session, so that would be an appropriate, not to have but so there's some direction.
Yeah.
And if we're going to be here in an hour, if there's something else that comes up, I wouldn't mind doing the extra work to get it done. Again. Yeah. Yeah. Instead of having a study session every month, So, okay, very good. Thank you, everybody. Now we move on to item 13A, future agenda items. Is there only one?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, just a couple of notes. One is that the public's sake, the council has an opportunity on Monday at 6 o'clock to meet. That's a closed session item, a follow-up, 6-month follow-up to the city manager's performance review. You'll have your normal meetings in February. And then finally, Mayor Juarez has suggested a discussion item that's before you. I'll let him explain that, but it's an agenda request from a council member.
Thank you, Mr. Singer. So it was actually a year ago that we were at the League of California Cities, and I forgot which city it was now, but there's cities, especially college towns, have adopted electric vehicle, electric bicycle, and scooter ordinances and policies because of the increase that we have now. And not only is there the increase with, motorized for young children, but there's also the ability for people to modify their vehicles to make them go way faster than they were designed. And those set up a different criteria for enforcement. And then, of course, you have the whole helmets and who wears helmets and those kind of things. I've heard from a few people of near collisions in town. People just doing things because probably they don't know or they just don't follow it. And so I wrote in here that because of the increase of all these vehicles, there should be, let me just read this. There's an increase of electrically driven motorcycles, bicycles, scooters on our roadways and sidewalks. The majority of the riders are either young adults who understand the rules of the road. In addition to the mature riders are preteen or even children riding on these or driving these electric-powered vehicles. Many riders either do not know the rules of the road or fail to legally follow new or existing laws and rules as they pertain to e-bikes, e-motorcycles, or e-scooters. The purpose of this objective would be other cities in our state, many college towns particularly, have ordinances that educate, enforce, and guide riders, young and old, of the proper and legal operation of these vehicles on city streets and sidewalks. Updating or enacting ordinances in the city of Santa Paula will reduce the potential for injury or deaths of riders of these vehicles, many of which can be modified to exceed manufactured speed controls. We can reach out to other cities to review, modify, or adopt into a Santa Paula city ordinance. Our police department and city attorney can reach out for existing ordinances, thus reducing the overall cost of this research. And we've only had, I think, one injury with an e-bike that was not a fatality at 8th and Main, I believe.
I think it was an
Had one at
e-scooter.
Harvest, too.
Where was it at?
At Harvest, too.
Harvard, okay. So, it's not a matter of if, but when. And I think if we get ahead of this and modify what we have already and update it to the laws that exist now, I think it sure make our city a lot safer, especially since, we're going to have probably the ability of people to go travel further when there's the ability to go from here to Harvest, Santa Paula Street, the bike path. They're not supposed to ride on bike path, but they do, and other areas. So education and enforcement, I think, would be a big factor of this. Oh, there you go.
Thumbs up.
Everybody think this is good to move forward?
Consensus done.
All right, so we have consensus. Thank you very much. And the city manager did put down that the fiscal impact would be 10,000 is budgeted, yes. Can you talk about that, Mr. Singer?
The reason I put it was budgeted is because you've got money set aside for your whole municipal code overhaul.
Okay.
Some of these may be vehicle code-related provisions that we would look at, so those weren't necessarily specifically made part of your overhaul. And so it's going to take a considerable amount of legal time.
Okay.
There are a number of cities that are already moving forward with age restrictions and clarifications in the law about where they can be used, things like that. So I think there's becoming a wealth of material we can look at and come back to you with. The one thing I would point out is timing is hard. We're just very busy. There's a lot of other priorities. Monica and her team are already doing a lot of Muni code stuff, so.
Well, I know in a perfect world before summer gets here, because they'll be
Yeah.
out in force, if we can try to get close to summer.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for your consideration. That's, I think, the only future agenda item other than what's listed for the second, third quarter. With that, anything else? Okay. Okay, we will adjourn the meeting at 10:40. Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
You said 5:20? 5:30?
Are you coming